You know, in my thinly veiled attempt to make sure my title was updated, I almost ended up hitting the stop stream button. I almost ended stream by accident. Imagine how many stream streaks people would come in and end up losing because of my freaking... I can't even say stupidity. That's not stupidity, that's lack of judgment. Is that how we should call it? Is that how we should word it? Or is it just carelessness? I don't know what the hell it's called. It's something though. It's definitely something. Hi Tech, hi Mio, and hi Phantom. I almost said Fantacorn. Because Fantacorn's name actually starts with the name Phantom as well, so I get confused sometimes, and then I realize the name is Red, and then I'm like, oh shit, it's Phantom. But hello Phantom, how are you? Thank you so much for the 30 streak, friend. I appreciate it. I really do. I like seeing the streaks that you guys post in chat sometimes, because it's just like, holy shit, people actually stay here for me. What is this? What is this? Is it pity? No, I'm just kidding. I would never say that realistically, because I'd probably get my ass kicked for even saying that. And holy shit, High-Tech, a 95 stream streak. Excuse me, sir. Seriously, you guys. I can't thank you enough for spending your time here and lurking or just actively talking in chats. Really, I appreciate it so much. I really do. Oh my lord. Yes, it's Red, exactly. I'm sorry, Phantom. I apologize for getting your name confused. I really do apologize for that. Oh, I'm worth it. Oh, thank you. I don't feel that way sometimes, but that's imposter syndrome. Oh shit, I just realized. I'm sorry, I got very distracted. I forgot I was still on Azure Lane. I forgot I still had the app open. I'm just like, why do I hear fighting? I look over at my other monitor and I see BlueStacks open. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. God damn it. This is fine. This is totally fine. I'm calling Phantom red like the Pokemon champion. You mean red as in Ash? Yes, exactly. I'm very much distracted today, so I do apologize if I veer off subjects during Subpar Narration Tuesday, because like I said, it is Subpar Narration Tuesday today. And as the title says, grab your friggin' tissues, we're trauma bonding in this one. Last week, we had a lot to go through in terms of Amane's backstory after learning that she was close friends with Yuji's sister. And we're only on day 3 out of 14 with what happened during that event that took place. When have I not been distracted? I don't know. I feel like I'm even distracted when I'm sleeping, hence why I wake up with anxiety. I do want to apologize for my behavior last night on stream. I was getting very frustrated playing Metroid Zero Mission after we finished up Fusion. And I feel like I feel like I expressed a little bit too much anger and frustration and didn't realistically interact with everybody as much as I usually do. So I apologize for that. I know technically speaking I don't really have anything to apologize for, but at the same time I feel terrible. I try to interact with chat as much as I can, but frustrations from playing games like that, especially since I'm not used to not necessarily not used to, but trying to reintroduce myself to certain mechanics, I will get frustrated. I will stay stuck on certain areas. That's why I feel bad sometimes whenever I play games like that, because I get stuck in certain areas and I spend hours on it. And it's just like, there's so much more progress that I could have made during this, and I didn't because of being very impatient and not necessarily doing things I probably should. Yeah. Bring tissues to the computer if you like get side eyes. You'd only get side eyes if you had a bottle of lotion sitting next to them. Oh my god, I can wiggle my eyebrows. I can wiggle my eyebrows with this model. Holy shit. Oh my god, we're finding things out. I can wiggle my eyebrows. Oh my god, I love it. I'm alright. I'm okay, really. I need to take my vitamin D. Oh god, I'm not helping with this topic. Anyway, moving on. Like I was saying before earlier. Grab your tissues. We're trauma bonding today, chat. Last week we found out that Amane was actually a close friend of Yuji's sister, and an accident took place. And yeah, there's just a lot of shit that's going on right now. They were trying to send out signals using the horn. The battery of the freaking bus drained. So now they have no way of trying to communicate. They're in an area where there's magnetic interference that causes phones to not be able to pick up any form of signal whatsoever. Yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, we're going to be exploring some more of Amane's route and possibly getting an end to this story. But it's a lot to unpack, it really is. Like, even last week, there was not really much in terms of reading on my end. But still, though. Holy shit. I was gonna say something else and then I forgot. I hate it here. Why do I do this to myself? Why? Why is this gotta happen? Alright, you know, I think enough rambling. We're totally not gonna sit back and divulge too far into imposter syndrome kicking my ass this morning. Anyway. Yeah, it's because my other monitor is a little bit shorter than the current one that I have on the stand, and I don't have enough room for another stand to actually increase the size of this one. So I face down and to the right, because that's where the monitor is at right now. So yeah, if you see me angling towards that direction, just know that I'm looking at my other monitor and keeping track of chat as well. So yeah, I apologize for that, but that's pretty much where I can put monitor placements. Unless I actually move the panel on my desk that has the electrical outlets on them and swap it out with the other side because it's in 3 different pieces. If I did that, my monitor would be on the left side, but then that runs the risk of me running into it every time I walk into my room because it's literally right there, and it kind of about like 1 or 2 inches off the actual edge of the other side of the desk. I don't know if I'd be able to arrange it properly to where I wouldn't have to worry about it. I wish I had a bigger desk, but I don't have enough room, unfortunately, but we just make do with what we have. And with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and shrink myself down so we can go ahead and jump a little bit more into this. I'm gonna shrink myself down once we get over to this other screen because, well, you know. Let me turn my display capture off because I completely forgot to swap over with my other... Yeah, shrink myself down further, make myself shorter. Here, stare at Hosho Marine. Hosho Marine from HoloLive. Although you can't really see her face right now. It's Hosho Marine from HoloLive. One of my favorite VTubers. I have many favorite VTubers. Okay. Let me go ahead and open up the fucking graphic novel. Visual novel. Yeah, that's a visual novel, man. That's not a graphic novel. The frick's wrong with you? No one answer that. Oh no. Okay, there we go. You're realizing now that your desktop background is still a factory setting? Oh, it's like one of the default ones? Ooh. We're gonna have to like mess around with the actual sizing of my model though, because I know it's probably gonna end up like overlapping with some text that might pop up. You keep forgetting to customize it. That's understandable. Like I have one of my defaults outside of Wallpaper Engine since it loads up once I open up Steam and actually launch the program. It's a default image of Gaogura with Shion. Yeah. Just tiny, tiny, tiny. I believe this is after, there, okay. Desktop audio. As I was trying to say, I believe this is after the event that happened with Amane teasing the shit out of Kazuki. And she ended up falling in water. And now she's just soaking wet.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
What's unacceptable, Phantom? What is it? Oh, besides everything. I mean, what? I mean, what? Okay, so basically what happened was that a previous conversation that Kazuki and Amane had was the discussion about liking girls. And Amane decided to go ahead and tease her while they were out in the forest, just like I can't remember what exactly they were doing, but they were out in the woods. Amane basically started just being a tease to her. And she got so shocked and surprised she fell in water. And yeah, now she's wet. Anyway, Kazuki's way of showing her affection for her sibling was clearly wrong. Oh yeah, that's right. They were discussing about how she kissed Yuji. Okay, okay. I never expected to be explaining a fundamental mistake like this to her, of all people. When I gently prodded her for more information, I soon discovered she was still taking baths with her brother. Okay, yeah, they were on the topic of actually discussing Yuji because she did mention in passing that she had a younger brother, and now Amane was actually asking out of curiosity about him. Okay, so that's where we're at. While Kazuki's body wasn't exactly well developed, she did have curves in the right places. Bathing with your brother at that age is more than a little dicey, right? Even at the best of times, the love between a brother and a sister is built on a fairly precarious balance, and little Miss Genius here had definitely taken things well beyond the tipping point. Skirting around the larger issue, I gingerly pushed the conversation along by hinting that the baths really needed to stop, prompting her to inquire, is sleeping together at night also off limits? In a slightly objected tone of voice. Meanwhile, Kangaskhan in chat. And when I went soft, mumbling something about maybe every once in a while, she fired off a cheerful, and it's okay to give him specific lessons on the birds and the bees, right? Hey, mind if I ask you something? To be honest, I feel a little silly asking a question like this to the infamous prodigy Kazami Kazuki, but I just can't help myself. I'm burning with curiosity. Here goes. Hey, might you be completely out of your minds? Okay, look, this is the only way of life I know really isn't helping me deal with this, you know. Can you cut a girl a break here?
というか、今まで誰も注意しなかったの？例えばほら、母親とかさ。
¿Qué pasó?
そういえば子供の頃にお外ではしないようにねってそう言われたような気がするわ。
Oh, okay. So basically, she enforced that it was okay so long as it wasn't out in public. Mother of the year we have there. It sounds like their mother made some mistakes here as well. Some pretty fundamental ones, actually. It wasn't hard to imagine Kazuki's home must have been an unusual place, since it was the environment that produced a super genius. But this freakish lack of common sense was well beyond my expectations.
とにかく間違ってるから、このままじゃ和樹の弟絶対にろくな大人にならないよ。
Little did she know. Is anything out in public with technology? Well, I mean, back in these days, this actually took place, I believe, at either 2009 or 2010. So it had to have been a couple of years since the current day with Yuji at the school. I think it's around like 2011, I believe. It's like 2011, 2012. So, yeah. Technology wasn't necessarily like as rampant in terms of social media and putting people's business out there. So it makes sense.
そう？これでも結構真面目に育てているつもりなのだけれど。どの辺が？
I wouldn't want to ask what that means either.
ありがとうって上手に言える子に育てているの。え？どういう意味？
She's totally gonna tease her about it.
言葉の通りよ。素直に人に感謝することができるって素晴らしいと思わない？そりゃまあ。そう、例えばあなたの口癖のごめんなさいだけど、人に迷惑をかけたとき素直に謝罪できるのって素晴らしいことよ。
Thank you for the hydrate.
そうかな。
I wasn't trying to make it my catchphrase, but I was taught from a young age that if you think you did something bad, apologize first and make excuses later. It was a major pillar of the vinegary education and manners I received from my mom. I feel that. I apologize for everything when I don't need to, because like Amane, if you apologize first and make it, you can make excuses later. Despite the fact that I have been told that the more you say sorry, the less meaning it has in it in a situation where you actually do have to apologize, and you find yourself trying to make up for it, and it feels disingenuous. It really does. And I hate having that mindset, but it's just something I can't help.
それと同じことよ。人に感謝することができる人間は、できない人間よりも幸せな人生を歩めると思わない？確かに。
It may be a subtle difference, as often as not. But if you can remember to show your gratitude in small ways, never taking the goodwill of others for granted, your life will probably end up ever so slightly the richer for it.
あれ和樹あんた今ちょっといいこと言った？
Yes, yes she did.
あなた本当に失礼ね。私はいつだっていいことしか言わないでしょ。それこそ私の言葉をまとめれば風見和樹名言集として税込み1890円で売れるぐらいよ。
So about $15 USD. Gotcha.
何その微妙にリアルな値段設定。
Because the cheaper it is, the more people will be keen to read it, right? What publisher would make a hardcover edition of that anyway? I could just picture it. Chapter 1. Taking a bath with your little brother is not a crime. Maybe the better question is, what's the target audience for a book written by a woman who sexually harasses her own little brother?
お風呂か。そういえば。
It had already been 3 days since the last time I washed myself. 3 days I'd spent in a humid ravine, wearing the same unwashed school uniform. I pinched my clothes and brought my fingers to my nose, then quickly jerked my head back at the raw, sharp body odor they carried.
くさ。ねえ、和樹、私匂わない？
I think in a situation like this, you basically have become nose blind to a lot of different smells that are emanating off yourself and the people you're surrounded by. I think you have more pressing matters than the way you smell right now.
人は生きていれば代謝を続けるものだし、それに今は臭い切れというか、毒ダミの苦い匂いしかしないけど。
A midsummer subway platform? What a description.
やだな。お風呂に入りたい。沢が見つかって水は潤沢なのだし、水浴びをしたら？佐久間さんなんか沢が見つかってすぐに私のところへ水浴びの可否を聞きに来たわよ。
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to shrink myself down a little bit because I realized some of the text is actually being overlapped by my giant ass freaking head. There's no winning! I apologize. You know what? We'll just leave it at this. It's fine. Well, with my giant ass head being in the way, of course I can. I can call myself out on that all the time. I'm being a jackass. Hi, Weisman. How are you?
むしろ衛生面に気を配らないと皮膚病になる可能性もあるし。
Wait, what does Michael want to know? Fuck! I forgot about the community goal. God damn it. Fuck off! You know what? While we're here, let me go ahead and set that up. I cannot believe I knew I forgot something and I could not freaking remember for the life of me what it was. Let me go ahead and set that up real quick. I cannot believe... You know the worst part is, I woke up this morning and I was looking at OBS to fix something, and I didn't remember to do that. I hate it here. Let's see. Stream manager. Yes, how dare. How fucking dare. Manage goals. Is that the wrong goal? Oh my god, it is. I'm still at 19% done. You caused Dark Souls and you're proud. This motherfucker. This motherfucker. This guy is the reason why. I see subscriptions, bits, and plus program, but I don't... Wait. Oh, wait a second. Never mind. Wait. It's done through viewer rewards in the reward section for channel points. Never mind. Create a community challenge. Dark Souls 1 playthrough. goal amount. Let's make that 400k. How many days do we want this? Do we just want the max at 30 days? Level 1, no roll, no shield, no parry. Run the— Why do you fucking hate me? Why? Can't I just experience the game for what it is? Why is it showing up that there's already 33% raised? Is this just the description for it? Oh, hi, Nocturnal. How are you? Okay, there we go. Yeah. 400k points. The max you can contribute per stream is 2k, so good luck. I only put 400k because I know a lot of you are sitting on like over 100k points at the moment. I didn't want you to have to sink into your funds too much. Okay, there we go. Okay, Michael, now it's set up. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Oh god, of course Mioran would see it. Alright, back to talking about, hygiene, or lack thereof. I know, right? I'm just like, what the fuck? Y'all want to see me suffer, don't you? You watched me suffer through Little Witch No Beta, and that was freaking baby mode compared to Dark Souls. What complaints do you have, Dag? I'm doing alright. I've just been a bit absent-minded today. I did get at least over 5 hours of sleep for once. That's 2 days in a row. I'm proud of myself. Dag, it's Tuesday. I stream every Tuesday at 2 p.m. You should know this by now. Although I will say this, and I did say this last night, next week's Tuesday stream will start a little bit earlier. I'll be starting at 1 p.m. versus 2 p.m. because I have a 5:30 appointment with my psychiatrist, which, fingers crossed, I will get a renewed prescription for ADHD medication to start my titration finally. So it's something that I'm looking forward to, but also something I'm nervous about at the same time. You act like you're getting back on meds or something. Shut up, Dag! Anyway, back to the discussion of what's going on between Amane and Koski, talking about Amane talking about, I want a bath. Yes, fingers crossed I'll get druggies. Best part is, it'll be delivered to my house. I won't have to drive anywhere for it.
その辺の事情を含めて部長にはすでに許可を取り付けてあるから何も問題はないわ。私も何度か水浴びしてみたけれど気持ちいいわよ。How am
I setting you up for failure? Excuse me? How am I setting you up for failure? Already obtained blanket permission from the captain, so there's no political problems either. I bathed several times myself and found the what? So she— Wow. She kept it to herself. Can you even donate points on non-streaming days? I don't remember if you can or not. What? Dag, we've had this discussion before about whether a taco or a burrito is a sandwich. Didn't we have the same topic of discussion as to if a hot dog would be considered a sandwich or if it's a taco? But realistically speaking, if it is inside a like a flour tortilla, like a burrito is, I could see why it's considered a sandwich. I mean, it's essentially a wrap, but it's surrounded by carbs. Whether it's a flat flour tortilla or bread, I would still consider it a sandwich.
だって私、あなたの隣で裸になるの嫌だわ。高級スポーツカーの隣に駐車された軽自動車の惨めをあなたは想像できる?
I like that analogy. A mini car parked next to a luxury sports sedan.
Can cereal be considered soup?
This is too political. It's against mental services. I mean, borscht is a cold soup. I could see why it might be considered soup. I mean, you're putting something that's dry into something that's wet. In a copious amount of liquid. Unless you're a fucking heretic and you put the milk in before the cereal. A cold stew is still by default not by default. It's still technically considered a soup. I'm gonna start dropping warnings left and right. You're getting too political in here over your food choices. Nah. One person donating max every day gets 60k by themselves. Yeah, I don't know if it'll consider it if it's offline as well. We'll have to test it and see what happens. But no, I totally agree. Cereal is a soup. It's a cold soup, much like borscht. I mean, it can infer meats, but I would think that stews are more or less being slow cooked. But in the same turn, soups can be slow cooked too. So how exactly would you decipher what is considered a soup and what's considered a stew? Oh, it says max contribution per stream. Okay, so basically, y'all have 5 days a week. That's 10k per person. No, the temperature wouldn't matter either because stews and soups are mostly served hot. Kind of like how curry is considered a stew. Cereal doesn't count as a soup by most well-established dictionaries. Some people argue that cereal is soup due to the existence of dessert soups and milk-based soups. Many argue that cereal isn't a soup since it's a breakfast food. But you can still eat savory foods that you eat for dinner that can be considered breakfast foods. So, realistically speaking, I would still consider cereal soup. Yes, Weisman? I know, I'm like completely veering away from the... A dish of meat and vegetables cooked slowly. Oh, okay, so it does involve meat. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't too sure. Like, in my head, the way that I kind of, like, thought about it is some soups are typically more fast cooking versus stews, whereas they're put in a pot and covered for a set period of time for hours to let things marinate and kind of stew in it, hence the term stew. But, yeah. I have been proven incorrect. Stew is meat. We are being cooked slowly given the current temperature? I would have to freaking agree with that. Speaking of stews, we're doing cold stews with Kazuki and Amane right now with Amane wanting a bath. Soup doesn't have to have meat? Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Like how French onion soup doesn't have meat in it. It has meat flavor because of the base that it's cooked in, but still. Vegetarian stews that fall so meat is staple in the same time of reference to meat, fruit, or other cook or be cooked slowly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I want to know too. Why is it like vegetarian stews can like why do you need to slow cook vegetables? Wouldn't you want like some form of texture to it and not have it be fucking mush when you put it in your mouth? Why would you want to slow cook vegetables like that? Like even when you make curry, it's not even stewed for that long. Like maybe an hour at max just to get the flavor out of it and also make sure the vegetables still have some form of texture to them. Why would you want to cook vegetables for Well, yeah, I get that with like root vegetables like carrots and parsnips and stuff like that, but still. Yeah, but potato doesn't necessarily take that long to cook either. Like at max, if you're slowly boiling the water or simmering it, it should only take upwards of like an hour or so. Anything past that, you're just asking for freaking mush. It's just going to disintegrate in the soup. Yeah, see, even I by default called it a soup and not a stew. Stew is almost always synonymous with meat. Like if you're using like a meat protein in it, then yeah, I can understand you calling it a stew. But if it's just vegetables, it's just a soup. Not meat protein, soy protein. Like soy proteins and stuff like that. Yeah, I get it that you can possibly consider that a stew. But like I said, if it's just vegetables, it's a soup.
なんで車で例える？その方があなたには分かりやすいかと思って。
I mean, what's the problem with mini cars? I love them, for your information. They're cheap and easy to maintain for one thing, but more importantly, they're incredibly light, and a wise man once said, when it comes to turning, nothing beats a low-weight car, you know?
和樹って時々姿が見えなくなると思っていたけど、私に隠れて水浴びなんかしてたのね。別に隠れていたわけではないけれど、まあいいわ。薬草を積み終わったらあなたも水浴びに行ってきたら？
I misheard as Weisman once said. I mean, I do say a lot about what he says sometimes, because even a hot pot is a soup. Yep, hot pot can be considered a soup. Because technically speaking, you're only cooking like the herbs and stuff in it, and then adding the vegetables for additional flavor. But essentially, you're taking the meat and just dipping it in the hot pot and letting it cook for a few seconds, and then eating it that way.
そうさせてもらう。
The bath sounded fantastic, but we had other priorities. While picking the mugwort and chameleon plants we planned to use for medicinal purposes, Kazuki and I took the opportunity to search for vegetation that looked edible. It was the third day of our imprisonment in this ravine. Perhaps in the very beginning, we'd assumed the vibrant mass of nature that trapped us here would also provide us with a steady supply of wild vegetables, but that optimism evaporated the moment we actually began to explore the jungle. True, carefully surveying the woods turned up something in the way of edible-looking vegetation, but the vast majority were fern sprouts, honeywort, chrysanthemum greens, and other leafy plants. More garnish than main course, none of them could fill the bellies of a group of growing teenagers. As an added bonus, pretty much all of these wild grasses and flowers provided strongly unpalatable. Eaten raw, they were unbelievably bitter, and most gave off a sharp, nasty scent. Even when boiled, the harsh, caustic taste of lye usually remains. Seasoning to disguise the flavor was an absolute necessity. The first of our supplies to vanish was the curry powder. Thanks to its strong smell and powerful taste, it violently drowned out the taste of any individual ingredient. It was our magic pixie dust, transforming anything into a tolerable meal. On the day of the fall, we'd been distributed 2 tiny single-serving packets of curry powder to last us 3 days. Even combining my share with Kazuki's, our 4 packets didn't amount to much at all. Although Kazuki had entrusted me with all of our precious supply of food, she got downright angry when I tried to make curry croquettes using the powder and some potatoes. She was always strictly lecturing me about keeping our portions as small as possible, but any ingredient containing anything in the way of salt was a particular obsession. Your argument? Sodium can't be produced inside the human body. Therefore, ingesting it from the outside is absolutely necessary.
確か植物からミネラルを取り出して塩を作る実験をしている中国の大学教授がいたわよね。
Thank you for the hydrate.
何急にそんないきなりいたわよねとか同意を求められても知らんがな。児童向けの科学雑誌にそんな記事が出ていたのを今ふと思い出したのだけれど、残念なことに大量の素材とそれなりの規模の装置が必要なのよね。
Imagine extracting plants to get salt.
塩がそんなに大切なの？
Yes, Amane, it is. It's essential for electrolytes.
今はまだ体内での調整でごまかしが効いているけど、このまま数日経って飢餓が極まった時、最後に必要になるのは塩だと思うのよ。だから今のうちにできるだけ確保しておきたいの。一応言われた通りに塩は節約してるし、半分は使わないようにして隠してあるけど。
Till somebody else finds it.
それは最後まで隠しておいて。それと塩を隠し持っていることも誰にも言わないで。
But what if somebody's listening right now?
わかった。そうするけど。
What's the point of having salt if there's no food to put it on? If anything, it seemed like we should be stockpiling stuff that could fill our stomachs, not a condiment. Since the fall, we've been getting by on potatoes, carrots, and the weedy vegetation we picked from the forest. Without any meat or rice in our diet, we were starved for protein and carbohydrates alike. If we had to make a meal out of these scraggly, bitter plants, I'd at least have liked to stir-fry them with a little crumbled bacon, flavored with a generous helping of butter and soy sauce, and steaming white rice on the side. We don't need a salt supply, we have mandals with us! Yes! That's right. Rice. We still had a supply of that being held in reserve, didn't we? On the second day of our training camp, heavy rain had cancelled our plans to cook a big curry dinner outdoors. We'd been eating many of the ingredients from that meal, but not the rice it would have been served on. In other words, we had a 5-kilogram sack of perfectly good rice sitting in a tent somewhere. Just when were they planning to distribute that? There was no point in whining about bacon when we hadn't had any. When we didn't have any, oh my god. But I wanted some rice pretty badly. A nice fluffy bowl on the side would make a main dish of fried weeds seem a lot more tolerable. And if we had some shimeji mushrooms to throw in, it'd be... Oh man, that made me hungry. God damn it. But is it brown rice?
はい？ねえ、カズキ、キノコは？キノコなら山の中でも生えてるんじゃない？キノコを探そうよ。
But what if they're not edible?
やめておいて。
No, it's my fault for waking up and having a cup of coffee and a freaking cupcake for breakfast and lunch.
どうして？カズキなら毒キノコと食べられるキノコ見分けがつくんじゃない？
Don't worry, it wasn't too sugary. It was whipped cream frosting. It wasn't the freaking like super sweet buttercream, thankfully.
一応知識はあるけれど、キノコは地域によって差もあるし、それに私の知識は本で得たものばかりで経験が伴わない。本で得た知識だけでキノコを食べて食中毒になるケースは今の時代になっても後を絶たないわ。
No, it was a vanilla
キ
cupcake.
ノコはダメ。
Regular white vanilla.
私、軸がきれいに縦に裂けるキノコは食べても平気って聞いたことあるよ。それは俗説よ。軸が縦に裂けるキノコでも致命的な毒を持つ種類はたくさんあるわ。悪いことは言わないから、キノコは諦
But
めなさい。
mushrooms! Mushrooms are delicious.
いいアイデアだと思ったんだけどな。誰か嫌な子に食べさせて2、3日様子を見てからみんなで食べるという手もあるけれど。
Damn, Kazuki, freaking savage.
さすがにその冗談は笑えないよ。冗談を言った覚えはないわよ。
Damn. Although she smiled lightly, Kazuki's voice wasn't amused in the slightest. You give yourself a fuck, Steve, and also hi, how are you? She was quite seriously and neutrally informing me of a potential exchange. If we wanted edible mushrooms, we would have to sacrifice someone first. At the moment, we had edible plants, unappetizing as they might be. There was no need to risk death for the sake of a few mushrooms. But if we were to eat up all the shoots and flowers and herbs, Where was our next meal going to come from? If we're forced to eat mushrooms, who takes the first bite? A road to survival we couldn't follow yet, a road not all of us could travel. Was Kazuki thinking of something like this when she spoke those words? Yesterday morning, had she already predicted that I would suggest gathering mushrooms? All of a sudden, her steady voice seemed strangely cold. I suppressed the urge to shiver. Just out of work doing laundry? Oh, fun.
ほら、さっさと積んで戻りましょうよ。
With those words, Kazuki bent down and began to put away the plants we had gathered in the mess kit rice cooker we were using as a makeshift bucket. None of us want to die. Those brief, perfectly obvious words sent a cold shock through my body. None of us were hiding our grief or anxiety particularly well anymore. Everyone was nervous. Everyone was scared. But I realized something from the spasm of terror I felt in that moment. Somewhere deep inside, we were probably still in denial. We were still optimistically averting our eyes from the cruel reality. You know, wild low punny in chat. Damn it. The fourth day in the valley. As expected, another hot one. As early as mid-morning, it felt about 90 degrees out, if not worse. Spending time in the lush, humid jungle under such conditions would drain our energy surprisingly quickly, so we were told to limit our investigations of the area to the early hours of the day, before the temperature reached its peak. Investigating the area might sound nice, but to be perfectly honest, we were just foraging for food. Everyone had long since burned through the 3 days' worth of food distributed to us on the first night. From today on, the system was changing. We'd be getting our daily rations from the captain every morning. And that morning, she handed me a handful of rice, less than a cup's worth. That may be a quarter of an onion. This was to make do for me and Kazuki both. When I tentatively asked if this was supposed to be one meal, she firmly repeated, "This is for the day." It wouldn't have been enough for anyone, let alone young girls with growing bodies. We were expected to make up the shortfall by heading into the forest and procuring our own. As a result, most of us were forced to devote the majority of our active time to searching the woods for food. Fortunately, my partner, Kazami Kazuki, had as small an appetite as her diminutive frame would suggest. And even when all I could offer was a thin gruel of rice and mountain weeds, she ate steadily away without a single complaint. If anything, the problem lay in my direction.
ダメだ。全然食べ足りないよ。アマネは体が大きいから基礎代謝が高い分、動かなくてもエネルギーを消費するものね。
Kazuki glanced over as I sucked regretfully on my gruel-soaked chopsticks, gave a little laugh, and helpfully compared me to an American gas guzzler in human form. Damn.
食べる？それはカズキの分だよ。
I was honestly all too eager to gobble down any morsel offered to me, leftovers or not. Even so, it would have been a dire mistake to accept Kazuki's kindness. If our pair was a body, I was the hands and feet while Kazuki was the head. No matter how healthy the limbs may be, they can't move unless the brain's functioning.
いいよ。あとはお茶でも飲んで我慢する。
Of course, our tea was nothing more than hot water flavored with onion skins. It wouldn't fill my stomach, to be sure. But from what Kazuki had told me, the skins were rich in antioxidants that would reduce the stress on my body, providing something of a detox effect. As I slowly sipped away at the reddish-brown tinted water, I looked around the campsite. Unsurprisingly, many of the others were sitting listlessly on their silver sleeping mats, their arms wrapped around growling stomachs.
ねえ、あれ放っておいていいの？
Clearly, I wasn't the only one longing for something to supplement our inadequate meals. A group of 3 girls had sat themselves down in a tight circle, with Sakuma-senpai at their center. They were playing cards with a deck somebody must have brought along, gambling for small snacks and pieces of candy they'd been secretly hoarding. It was a common sight lately.
まあいいんじゃない？みんな楽しそうだし。あなたも混ぜてもらったら？
Kazuki put her hand in her skirt pocket and pulled out a single chocolate bar.
軍資金は私が提供するから、勝ったら分け前は私とあなたで半分ずつ。いい？
She'd been hoarding a chocolate bar this whole time?
でも負けた時はそうね、おやつ抜きってのはどう？もともとおやつとかねえよ。っていうかどうして和樹がやらないの？ 私が勝つと面白くないでしょ。それに私は怪我人の世話があるし、今は小出さんが一人で見ているけど、私がいないと不安らしいから。こんな時に遊んでていいのかな。
I mean, you really don't have much left to do in the terms of just like being able to look for food or anything like that. So, you may as well use your idle time to, I don't know, do something other than lament on the situation, even though it's not really helping, but you know, copium.
こんな状況だからこそ、退屈すると悪い方へ考えが進みやすいし、ガス抜きは必要なのよ。無駄に
Exactly.
動いてもお腹が空くだけだしね。それ
Thank
に
you for the hydrate.
たかが遊びだなんて思っていてはダメね。私のペアである以上は、あなたには敗北は許されないわ。たとえトランプ遊びといえど、不退転の心意気を胸に、他人を蹴落としてでも利益を得る覚悟で挑んでちょうだい。不退転。踏み出したら振り返らない。それがルールよ。よくわかんないけど、頑張ってみるよ。確実な勝利を期待しているわ。
Overwhelming victory, huh? Having said her piece, Kazuki turned on her dainty heel and walked off confidently.
確実な勝利ね。
Setting the bar a little high, aren't we? Well, I guess if you had a talent like Kazuki's, it might well turn out that way, but it seemed like a downright unreasonable expectation to place on an ordinary person like myself. Of course, if I had said as much to Kazuki, I'm sure she would have given me another talking to. Victory is secured only through the steady accumulation of effort and unflagging attention to minor precautions or whatever. I was pretty sure she'd already told me something very similar, in fact. I had actually been making something of a habit of jotting down Kazuki's words of advice over the days we'd spent together. Do your utmost to avoid placing yourself in a position where you'll be forced to rely on chance. When the time comes to use a card, play it without hesitation. Betray before you're betrayed. I just realized I forgot to simulcast today. If you had exclamation point socials in chat, it should, I think the tree, well, not tree link tree should pop up my YouTube channel. If it's missing from there, I clearly have not been paying attention. Once someone has betrayed you, never trust them again. Don't let anyone realize you don't trust them. Remember to chew your milk before you swallow. Not that I really understood most of them, especially the last one there. Chew your milk? Some kind of metaphor maybe? Well, whatever. Yeah, I need to actually find a bot to implement that. I keep forgetting about it. Something I'll have to work on tonight after stream. Or, well, after D&D. I'll have to do that, and then, yeah. Update my tree link. Or not link tree! Not tree link! God damn it! Words. Okay, so YouTube is there. Alright. Yeah, I need to do better about promoting my YouTube, because I actually have started uploading shorts. Yeah, apparently. I need to keep reminding myself about it, honestly. Like how after stream tonight, I need to, upload the VOD. Have I... Why is... I know I went live a few times already on there. Like, 11... Are you kidding me? Do I even have... Do I even have the right fucking YouTube? Oh my god. Right. Okay, you know what? I need to get better organized about this. I will worry about this after stream. I'm gonna try not to berate myself in my head, but it's gonna happen regardless. I do need to get that fixed really badly, and I also need to fix the bot on Discord to do simulcasting. Because it's just like, what the fuck is going on? I need to recheck my links and everything. But yeah, I'll be on that either tonight or tomorrow. Because I know tomorrow I will not be streaming because I have some stuff I need to take care of in real life. And yeah. But no, I will definitely get that fixed. I have one up so far, okay? I keep having to sift through my VODs, and I just get utterly disappointed because I get inside my own head and it's just like, there's nothing funny here. What the fuck's wrong with me? I hate it. I really do. But no, I need to do better about like promoting my YouTube channel and just being like, hey chat, if you guys see anything funny, feel free to clip it. I don't mind. I need like content for YouTube shorts. So if anything stupid or funny occurs, please feel free to clip it. I'm not gonna get angry. That's what it's there for. I think what I need to start doing is just like writing this shit down and having a notebook open in front of me while I stream and just be like, here, regularly say this in chat or on stream. So that way, you know, you get the traction you're looking for and trying to promote your shit. God, I'm so scatterbrained. It's just like I try to get into a new routine of doing things and I just completely abandon it after a while after I manage to stay consistent for a short period of time. And then it's just like it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. It's just like no matter what, I go back and look through my VODs to try to find things to clip. And I hate hearing my voice and I don't find myself funny. So it's just like I don't know like what should and shouldn't be clipped. And I don't want to put that pressure off onto one person to be like, oh yeah, I found this, and this. Here, take these clips. I don't want to push that off onto people. But at the same time, it's just like if something stupid or funny happens, feel free to clip it. I mean, I know I say a lot of dumb shit on stream, so, you know, there's maybe some form of content in that. I don't know anymore. This is why imposter syndrome hits me freaking hard, because I try to do things and I try to upload, and it's just like I don't find myself particularly interesting or funny. And I'm trying to like put more thought into it and research into it on how to kind of improve on my speech and everything. It's just I find myself overbearingly boring and uninteresting. So it's just like, what kind of content do I push out? Do I just push out stupid clips? Or like insightful things that get said on stream out of nowhere? I don't know. I don't know what I'm about when it comes to my streams other than playing games, is what I'm trying to say. It feels like a freaking identity crisis at this point. So it's just like, if anybody has like any level of feedback, please just let me know. I could really use some insight right now. I'm not going to get offended. I just really want to like gauge where it is that I'm at. Yes, multicast is definitely on top of the list. I managed to do that a couple of times and I don't know why it's not popping up in my activity or anything, but still, I need to do better. My identity as being a smartass. I mean, yeah, true, that is true, but it's just like a lot of the times I feel like when I play games, I don't know. I really don't know, but we are at an ad break now. We'll divulge further into this after the ad break is finished. I'm going to swap over to my BRB screen, put some words on stream up, and take a quick break. I will see you all after the ad break is done. Alright, we're back from ad break. Sorry about that. Words are hard. No, this stupid lock. I hate it. It's so annoying. Fine, we'll try this again. I need one more word. One more. No. Feels bad. Alright, let's swap back on over to this. Alright. Now to see where this goes, because they're currently, you know, gambling off their hoarded snacks and candy and stuff.
チョコレートがありますけど。へえ、君、まだそんなものを隠し持ってたのか。
What card game were they even playing?
いえ、別に隠していたわけじゃ。それにこれは和樹が持っていたものです。
Thank you for the hydrate.
あいつ甘いものなんて興味なさそうな顔してるけど、こんなものを持っていたのは意外だね。
I couldn't deny it seemed a little out of character for Kazuki to be carrying chocolate around. That said, at this point I wouldn't really have been surprised if she pulled a pigeon out of a hat. She was clearly capable of anything. Oh my god.
何にせよ、チョコレートは大歓迎だ。座りなよ。はい。
What should we do next? What's going to become of us? How long before we can go home? Maybe they were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Immediately after the fall, every word coming out of our mouths boiled down to a variation on those of 3 sentences. But as of that morning, the litany of unanswerable questions had finally trickled to a halt. By our 4th day in the valley, we'd started to adapt psychologically. Harsh as our environment was, we had our tents to shield us from the elements and our sleeping bags to keep us warm at night. As we began to find comfort in such things, we were gradually growing calmer. With the provisions distributed on the first day gone and our daily rations reduced to a bird's helping of rice, it was only natural that the topic of our conversation shifted from such vague anxieties to the concrete topic of food. While studying the cards she'd been dealt, Kaneda-senpai muttered those words to no one in particular like some kind of prayer. Her love for dairy was well known to the team. When practice ended and the freshmen took orders for their obligatory snack run to the nearby convenience store, she'd always request something cheesy.
ないものは仕方がないだろ。分かっちゃいますけど、先輩だって甘いものが食べたいって言ってたじゃないですか。甘いものは実際にあるじゃないか。キャンディーにガムにプレッツェル。それに見なよ。アマネがチョコレートを持っている。
Present, huh?
カモネギじゃないか。確かに、チョコは魅力的ですよね。一番甘いですし。
Uh-huh. 3 sets of eyes focused intensely on my bar of chocolate. It felt almost like they weren't seeing anything else. For a moment, I physically cringed. If all 3 of them were to pronounce at once, I would have been completely unable to defend myself. Or to pounce at once. Oh my god. As I bit my lower lip and swallowed nervously, Sakuma glanced up and abruptly burst into laughter. You give yourself a fuck, Spectre. Also, hi, how are you?
心配ないさ、大丈夫だよ。確かにここ最近苦くて渋い草ばっかり食べてるせいで甘いものに飢えているのは間違いないけど、たかがチョコレートで喧嘩を始めるほど私たちも子供ではないからね。
Oh, please, we all know what you're thinking. You just want to jump her ass right now.
ですよね。
もしこの場に小沢先輩がいたら、それも保証の限りではないですけどね。
As she spoke, Ibuki discarded a pair of cards from her hand. True enough, Ozawa wouldn't have handled this situation well. Her juniors hadn't called her the devourer demon behind her back for nothing. Insensitive as it seemed, I couldn't help but think her instant death in the bus crash had at least spared her from otherwise inevitable agony. Perhaps she'd been lucky in a way.
そういえばさ、小沢ちんのバッグどうなったの？
Oh boy. It's probably where the portion of the candy and stuff came from, right?
バッグ？
Oh.
ほらあの子、いっつもバッグの中にぎっしりとお菓子を隠してたでしょ。あのバッグがあれば、私たちしばらく甘いものに困らないんじゃない？先輩たちの私物はバスから回収した後、全部先生に預けましたけど。
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, we all know where those went.
ということは、やっぱり部長が管理してるってことか。
Oh, in reserve, I'm sure it's all gone by now. Just then, I glanced absent-mindedly at the chocolate bar in my hand and did a bit of a double take. Come to think of it, Kazuki was the one who'd retrieved Ozawa-senpai's belongings from the bus. Could this possibly be something Kazuki secretly swiped from her bag?
どうしたマネ？君の番だよ。
はい、ごめんなさい。
Instinctively apologizing for no particular reason, I pulled the furthest card on the right from Sakuma's hand. She chuckled softly. I'd taken the worst possible card off her hands. The Joker. If it's with you at the very end, you've lost the game. For a moment, the smirking clown staring back at me from the cheap laminated playing card seemed to be wearing Kazuki's face.
結局のところさ、食料を全部管理しているのは部長と小出のペアでしょ。彼女ら自分たちだけお腹いっぱい食べてるなんてことはないよね。
Oh, please, that's probably what's exactly going on. From the card that I offered her, Kanade pulled out the 8 of spades.
それはないと信じたいね。坂下はああ見えて責任感は人一倍強いし、自分だけ楽をしようとは思わないタイプだよ。
In situations like this, you'd be surprised.
そうでしょうか。
Ibuki pulled a card from Kaneda's hand, then discarded a newly formed pair onto the central pile. By this point, she had only 4 cards remaining.
坂下部長は責任感が強いというか、自分以外の場所に責任を転嫁するのが上手なだけですよ。私、あの部長苦手です。出たよ。またブッキーの苦手ですだ。君はそうやって何でも嫌ってみるんだね。
As Sakuma-senpai leaned over toward her, Ibuki's cheeks flushed slightly red. She thrust out her remaining 4 cards in front of her roommates' faces as if trying to keep her at bay.
そうやって簡単に信じてしまう方が善人なんですか？私は善人なんて嫌です。騙されて利用されて、それでもよかった、病気の子供はいなかったんだなんて言えるほど私は成人じゃありません。そういうとこかわいいな、ブッキーは。そろそろ髪切った方がいいね。前髪を切ればもっと可愛くなる。余計なお世話です。私は好きでこの髪型にして、もう触らないで。
イチャつくのは2人きりの時にしてもらっていいですか？
Wrinkling her brows as if trying to hold back an imminent sneeze, Kaneda flapped her hand in the air in a signal to get on with the game already.
うちのペアは小森が飼ってる犬がいるから余計な食いぶちが増える分食料の減りが早いんだよね。あの犬っころ生意気に雑草なんか嫌だって全然食べないし。
そういえば犬って肉食なんじゃないんですか？
雑食なんじゃないかな。うちの近所の犬なんか散歩の途中で道端に生えてる雑草とかむしゃむしゃ食べてるの見るよ。
あ、それなんだっけ？肉ばっかり食べていると胸焼けするから食べるんじゃなかったっけ？
でも今朝だって配給の玉ねぎ食べさせようとしたけど完全にそっぽ向いて見向きもしなかったよ。
Dogs can't have onions, it's poison!
犬に玉ねぎ食べさせちゃダメですよ。犬に玉ねぎを食べさせると貧血を起こすって言うじゃないですか。
え、そうなの？
チョコレートもダメだって言うよね。それこそ犬に食べさせるぐらいなら自分で食べますよ。
あー、まあね。私も小森に同じようなこと言ったらさ、なんか責任感じたみたいで。犬が食べられそうなもの探すって今日も朝からずっと山の中を歩き回ってるよ。
I hate to say it, but it's kind of her fault for bringing her dog along anyway. I mean, yeah, you couldn't have predicted something like this happening, but still. You were told no.
トリュフでも見つけてくるんですかね。あれ？トリュフは豚が探すんじゃなかった？
何にせよ、犬だけじゃなくて私たちの食べるものが問題ですよね。このまま雑草ばっかり食べててもそう長くは持ちませんよ。
Having waited 3 days, we could hold out another 7. That was Koski's estimate. We'd stay here for another week, sipping on weed soup if our rescuers hadn't arrived by then. We'd have no choice but to go get help ourselves. Most likely, the captain was preserving a stock of food for that purpose, but when I said as much, Kaneda scowled dubiously.
でもさ、救助を呼びに行くってどうやって？
As she spoke, Kaneda scratched irritably at the bandage wrapped around her forehead. The wound underneath must have been growing itchy in the humidity.
誰か一人代表者を決めて、その人に水と食料を託して山を降りてもらうんです。降りられるならとっくにそうしてるでしょうが、こんな道もないような山どうやって降りるのよ。どっちに進めばいいのかすらわからないのに。
I mean, she's not wrong.
だから部長と先生はそれを調べるために今も山に入っているんじゃないですか。責任者の自主的な行動って言えば聞こえはいいけどさ、それって無駄に食料を減らしてるだけじゃん。いっそのこと全員で別々の方向に山を降りればいいんだよ。だからそれは
That's another stupid thing to do. We didn't have nearly enough provisions for a gamble like that, and we couldn't just abandon the wounded. There was only one practical plan: endure as long as we could on these meager rations, claw open a path through the wilderness that trapped us here, hope all the while for the arrival of our rescuers. And then, once our investigations yielded something in the way of landmarks, send off a representative with 3 days worth of food. When another 3 days passed, we could send off a second representative. By following the signs the first had left to mark the surest trail, they should make it further down the mountain. Lashing one short stick to the next, slowly but surely we would draw closer to our objective. This was an idea that had grown out of Koski's theoretical digital communication plan. If we could repeat this often enough, in theory we would eventually be able to escape. But there were no guarantees, and I found myself hesitant to explain.
喧嘩はやめましょうよ。それこそ無駄にお腹が減るだけじゃないですか。
喧嘩なんてしてないじゃん。話し合ってるだけだよ。
だったらその無駄にイライラした口調やめてもらっていいですか？あまねに八つ当たりしたって仕方がないでしょう。
私がいつ八つ当たりしたってのよ。
金田、それに息吹もその辺にしときなよ。
I've often heard that a calcium deficiency makes you prone to fits of irritability, but at that moment, although all of our diets were badly unbalanced, the main cause of our crankiness was clearly the constant gnawing hunger we all shared. It's easy to be polite on a full stomach, as they say. In the end, we kept at our game of cards until Captain Sakashita and Mr. Ochi returned from their expedition. I finished with a so-so record of 3 defeats and 4 victories. In exchange for 3 of the 12 blocks of chocolate from my bar, I obtained 4 pieces of soft candy wrapped in aluminum foil. Against the contrast of my slightly dirty palm and muddy fingernails, those spoils of war looked irresistibly beautiful. I brought one to my nose and inhaled it deeply. At the bittersweet scent of strawberry wafting through the wrapper, my mouth was instantly overflowing with drool. There were 4 candies in my palm. If I popped one in my mouth right now, nobody would ever know. It wouldn't even be a net loss to my group. I would have lost 3 small pieces of chocolate and brought back 3 comparable chunks of sugar. As my thoughts raced unbidden through these calculations, I swallowed the spit in my mouth. But as it slid lukewarm down my throat, I came to my senses with a guilty jolt. It would be dishonest, unfair, cowardly to eat one now. Nothing less than a betrayal of Kazuki, and once I betrayed her, I would probably continue to do so. That was a line I wouldn't cross. Speak of the devil. Well, we're lost in thought there.
どうかした？ツッキ、あなた、分かってて私をいじめているの？何のこと？全然わからないわ。
It really seemed like a deliberately timed appearance on her part. But even if it was a coincidence, Kazuki's luck to appear at that exact moment would have been frightening in its own right. After one long, deep breath, I jerked my head down in a bow of apology.
ごめん、カズキ。私今、カズキに内緒でつまみ食いしようか悩んでた。あら、正直。そんなの黙っていればわからないのに。わからないからこそ、汚い行為なんだよ。
I held out the soft candies I'd won in the game and the remains of the chocolate bar to Kazuki. Cupping her hands gently over mine to receive them, Kazuki flashed me a satisfied smile.
大丈夫よ。それができないあなただから、私はあなたに全てを任せたのだから。はい。あんしなさい。あん。
Kazuki deftly unwrapped one of the candies she'd received from me, then plopped a small white pillow into my half-open mouth.
おいしい？
The candy was unbelievably sweet to my tongue. My entire mouth was instantly flooded with the taste of sugar, and in the next moment it felt as though that vibrant sweetness was seeping into my veins and spreading throughout my body. That single piece of candy was so delicious I was actually trembling. Kazuki watched affectionately as I rolled my eyes up in bliss and swirled the candy clumsily around in my mouth, then popped another of the candies into her own mouth. And with the words, "Goodness, it really is tasty," smiled in pleasure.
でも、こういった熱量食は一人でこっそりと食べた方が美味しいのかもしれないわね。どうして？私の弟がそうだったの。変に禁欲的というか、好きなものをあげてもあまり喜ばないし、後で一人で隠れてこっそり食べるの。どうしてって聞けば、下手に喜ぶと誰かに取り上げられるかもしれないし、一人の方が落ち着くっていうのよね。
I feel called out by that because I have the tendency to do that sometimes too.
人間は喜んでいる瞬間が一番無防備だということをすでにあの年齢で知っているのだから、さすがは私の弟ね。そういう卑屈に歪んでいるところもすごく可愛いわ。なんだかわかるようなわからないような。理解しない方が幸せよ。特に家族に対してすら不器用にしか生きられない人間はね。
Family. That brief word resonated painfully inside me. It felt as though an icicle had unexpectedly pierced my chest to the core. What were my parents doing right now? Worrying about their missing daughter? It was a little past 5 o'clock. Normally I would have been heading home from after-school practice right about that time. I tended to come home a little hungry from practice. The refrigerator would be packed full of sweet drinks. On the kitchen table, more snacks that I could possibly need were always waiting for me. After a satisfying snack, I could head to the bathroom and take a long, luxurious soak in steaming hot water. Then cool down with a cup of cold milk, idly distorting my voice in the electric fan while my mother prepared dinner. Without even asking, my parents offered me more food than I could eat. I accepted it without a second thought, often without even a word of thanks. That stupid, ungrateful ignorance filled me with bitter shame. But at the same time, comparing myself then to the filthy, frightened girl who just quivered ecstatically over a single piece of candy, I couldn't repress a surge of miserable self-pity.
あまね、どうして泣くの？
泣いてないよ。
周りを見てごらんなさい。
As instructed, I looked around the area, only to find it deserted.
今はあなたと私しかいないわ。
She's saying it's okay to cry. There's no need to hold back. The instant those words left her mouth, I felt the tear glands swell up in the corners of my eyes. My self-restraint crumbled like sand and I burst into violent sobs. Aww. Crying wasn't going to fix anything. Nobody was going to swoop down and rescue me. No matter how much I grieved over my own powerlessness and ignorance, there were no do-overs to be had. What was done couldn't be undone.
帰りたい。私、帰りたいよ、和樹。
Hiding my twisted, wretched expression behind the palm of my hand, I crumbled to my knees on the spot. Without a word, Kazuki drew near, wrapped her arms around my head and hugged me against her slender stomach. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. When I was still a child, there was a girl among the neighborhood kids who'd break into tears at the slightest thing. I remember thinking of her as a nuisance, a stupid, useless crybaby. If I weep, somebody will come help me, somebody will take pity on me and solve my problems for me. The transparent self-interest behind her actions was just as irritating as the blubbering itself. And now, I'd become just such a worthless, moaning crybaby, rubbing my runny nose against the belly of a girl considerably smaller than me, sobbing into her skirt.
ごめん、和樹。ごめんね。許して。いいのよ。大丈夫。今すぐってわけにはいかないけれど、いつか必ず私があなたを家に返してあげる。約束するわ。
As she spoke, Kazuki took one arm from around my head and began to softly stroke my hair. My family wasn't with me. There's no way such a pointless, clingy little breakdown could have been anything but irritating to anyone in this place. They were all suffering just the same. But even so, Kazuki didn't push me aside. She held me gently in her arms and accepted it all, offering me soothing, hopeful words. That kindness was painful in its own right, but at the same time, it felt like an irreplaceably precious gift.
和樹は辛くないの？帰りたくないの？
Turning my face up from Kazuki's belly, I met her gaze with watery eyes and mumbled a distinctly childish question. She gave a little laugh, her stomach shaking lightly against me, and answered, "Don't worry about me, I'm a genius."
帰りたいかと聞かれれば、それはもちろん帰りたいわ。私がいないうちに弟が両親にいじめられてやしないかと思うと気が気じゃないわ。
Closing a single eye, Kazuki furrowed her brow and pursed her lips.
こんなことになるのなら、小森さんが犬をそうしたように、私も弟をバッグに詰めて内緒で連れ込んでしまえばよかった。
Phantom. No, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have worked out too well for you. With one final loud sniffle, I found my sobs had given way to a small burst of laughter.
天才でも失敗するんだ。もちろん天才だって失敗はするわ。失敗を失敗で終わらせない人を天才というのよ。そしてそれに一生気がつかない人を凡人と呼ぶの。天才も楽じゃないね。
What if they have to go to the bathroom? Oh my god, come on. I mean, initially last stream they were carrying around shovels to, you know, go to the bathroom if they needed to.
大の男を腹で泣かせることができれば女として一人前だとは言うけれど、あなたは女の子だしね。そろそろ鬱陶しいかも。優しくないな、和樹は。それは心外だわ。私だってできることならあなたが泣き疲れて眠ってしまうまでベッドで絵本でも読んであげたいけれど、ここにはベッドも絵本もないのだから仕方がないでしょ。ごめんね。多分もう大丈夫だから。なんだろうね。自分でもなんで急に。
You have no idea. You're in a stressful and freaking traumatizing situation. How else are you supposed to react to
流
that?
した涙はきっちりと舐めておきなさい。貴重な塩分がもったいないわ。それと
Kazuki reached out, took my hand, and dropped all the remaining candy and chocolate onto my palm.
これはあなたに預けます。即効性の高い熱量食は貴重よ。私がいいと言うまで手をつけずに保管すること。いい？
Ah, no!
わかった。
I clicked on my mouse by accident. My bad. If Kazuki was entrusting me with such important provisions, it was clear she genuinely trusted me. I absolutely couldn't betray that trust. Biting my lower lip at this heavy sense of responsibility, I stared intently at the chocolate in my hand. Watching my reaction, Kazuki sighed slowly through her nose.
生真面目なのはいいけれど、責任と責任感を履き違えないことね。そうやって何でも我慢して耐えちゃう子は弟を見ているようで切なくなるし、そんな子は長生きはできないわよ。
責任と責任感って何が違うの？
負うべきものが責任、負わなくていいものまで追いたがるのが責任感。その境目を見失わないように。
God damn it. Why does this keep calling me out?
よくわからないけど、わかったふりだけしておくよ。
What about Kakashi? What? I don't get it, but I don't need to get it either. If Kazuki said so, that's the way it is. I was aware I'd taken the easy path in letting someone else think for me, but honestly, I didn't really care anymore. A clumsy idiot who tries to take a heavy burden on their shoulders won't achieve anything but catastrophic failure. I understood that just fine even before Kazuki drove the point home. For that very reason, I decided to obey her orders without a second thought. Kazuki told me I couldn't eat that candy without her permission, so I would sit on my haunches slobbering like a dog until she spoke the magic words. If permission never came, I'd wait out the years and carry them to my grave. In this situation where nothing seemed certain except uncertainty, the one and only thing I had come to believe in was Kazami Kazuki. I kept hearing... words! I kept the thought to myself, since I was well aware she'd only offer another sarcastic, "Might you be mistaking me for God?" in response. But at this point, I would probably have answered, "Huh? You're not?" That was what Kazami Kazuki had become for me. The 5th day in the valley. Let's begin from the conclusion. Today, it rained all day long. To be honest, I had no idea rain could be this unpleasant. The constant drumming of water against the tent was unexpectedly loud, enough to make conversation difficult, and the light entering the tent was far dimmer than usual. Thanks to my strong astigmatism, everything seemed fuzzy and indistinct, so it was extremely difficult to do much of anything. But the bigger problem was the rainwater that oozed up from the ground beneath us and the damp chill it brought. This morning, I woke to a real double whammy. The psychological jolt of emerging from a familiar nightmare and the physical pain of a throbbing headache. I'd piled 2 mats under my sleeping bag last night, but when I came to, I was soaking wet. My body temperature had fallen as I slept, and the chilled blood running through my veins had numbed the blood vessels in my brain. Even after waking, my calorie-starved body struggled to warm itself. My teeth chattering uncontrollably in my mouth, I stared reproachfully up through the tent at the merciless sky. You know, I'm all about being cold, but not that cold. Changing out of my wet clothes might have helped matters somewhat, if my spare outfit hadn't been soaked through as well. I hit on the idea of a hot drink after a few minutes, but it was pouring outside the tent. Starting a fire would have been difficult, and more importantly, the fierce sound of rain striking against the canvas had thoroughly drained me of willpower to even poke my head outside. Apparently unable to just sit back and watch, Kazuki had ventured out in the midst of the downpour for my sake, bringing back boiling water for her onion skin extract beverage. The stuff was never really worthy of the name tea, but by now we'd let those same skins seep so many times it was little more than faintly yellow water. Of course, I was plenty happy to have even that, and Kazuki's act of mercy contrasted so strongly with my own cowardice that I felt about ready to cry with gratitude. But when I glanced over at her sitting there, her wet hair matted like a stray dog's coat, I couldn't exactly fire off a casual, "Sure, a refill would be nice." My hand still gripping the empty cup, I slowly shook my head.
ひどい雨だね。明け方近くに大きな雷が何度も落ちたのに、あなた全然目を覚まさなかったわね。なんか大きな音がしてるなとは思ったけど。
Even when the roars jolted me awake for a moment, my listlessness quickly overwhelmed me again. I simply didn't have the energy to wake up that early. Immediately after the fall, I'd been unable to sleep through the night. As I dozed lightly with frequent interruptions, the morning often seemed to sneak up on me before I knew it. But lately, that had changed dramatically. Once I managed to doze off, it was very difficult to wake up. More and more, falling asleep felt like sinking into a thick bed of mud.
疲れてるのかな。肉体的というよりは精神的な疲労が濃いのでしょうね。それと単純に環境に慣れ始めたのが原因ね。過酷な環境に慣れないうちは寝ている間に記憶の整理を行いながらも周囲の状況に警戒を怠らないから小さな物音でも目を覚ましてしまうのよ。
Yeah, but what happens if you're in a place that you call home and you're still sleeping like that? You just become of every single sound that is made around that area. Can you really say that though? That sounded plausible, now that she mentioned it. The first few days sleeping in the tent, the stirring of a neighbor next door would be enough to jerk me awake, and my eyes would open automatically at the first light of dawn. In that respect, Kazami Kazuki was an ideal tent mate. Once asleep, she'd lie so still in her bag I sometimes half worried she'd suddenly died in there. I never once heard her snore or grunt in her sleep. Lately, Kazuki had been sleeping on a very regular schedule. We'd start preparations for dinner at 6:30 p.m. and finish our meal by 7, or what passed for a meal at this point at least. By 8, I'd noticed her stifling small yawns, and around 9, she'd come out and declare herself sleepy. At 10, she would crawl into our tent, cheerfully spread out her sleeping bag, take off her uniform, and leave it neatly folded at her bedside. And the instant her head hit the rucksack she used for a pillow, she'd exhale noisily just once and go silent. Within 10 seconds, I'd hear the soft, regular breathing that indicated she'd fallen asleep. I wish I had that ability. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Of course, I couldn't flip the switch to sleep mode quite so easily or on such a predictable schedule. My conversational partner lost. I had very little to do with myself late at night. So until I managed to fall asleep, I'd stave off boredom by staring at Kazuki's sleeping face. After a few minutes in dreamland, she'd occasionally make faces in her sleep, most often furrowing her brow in a caricature of troubled thought, sometimes smiling dopily at nothing in particular.
ねえ、和樹って夢を見たりするの？そうね。看護師さんとかお花屋さんとかケーキ屋さんなんて素敵ね。そういう話じゃなくってさ。
And in the first place, what's with the half-assed attempt at pretending you're some run-of-the-mill girl with cutesy little dreams? Forget being a nurse. You'd be much better suited to the role of a black market surgeon with a tattered old doctor's robe. Florist? Cupcake peddler? Try con artist. Maybe the founder of some sketchy cult.
ああ、夢って睡眠時に見る方の話？それならもちろん見るわよ。どんな夢？今日見たのは学校に入りたての頃、学食のセルフサービスのシステムがよくわからなくて戸惑った時の夢を見たわ。基本的に過去に経験した記憶の再配置が多いかしら。空を飛んだりするような夢はあまり見ないわね。そうなんだ。私は最近高いところから落ちる夢をよく見るよ。
Oh, those dreams are the worst, especially like with the feeling of falling and feeling like you hit the ground and you just jolt yourself awake. Oh my god, I hate that feeling. It's so annoying. It scares the shit out of me sometimes when I have dreams like that. I've had dreams of this sort ever since I was a child. Most often, I'm falling from the top of a cliff. As the ground beneath my feet crumbles to nothing and I plunge downward. I stare in quiet composure at the earth far below. My thoughts are oddly calm. I guess I'm going to land right about there. And as long as I keep that detached perspective, I never seem to hit the ground. But eventually it occurs to me that I'm dreaming. In the next moment, I slam into the earth and jerk awake in my bed, my whole body rigid with shock. What might a dream like that signify? Kazuki's answer was brief. It means you're uneasy. Other than falling, my most common dream was probably of the running variety. This very morning, I had found myself fleeing some vaguely defined but menacing pursuers. A countless number of black shadows hot on my heels. I was pushing my way desperately forward through oily, thick air, dragging my strangely heavy legs along the ground. The illusion was unusually persistent. Even when I realized it was a dream, it kept its hold on me. Just as I began to beg myself to wake up, my eyes had slowly opened to the sensation of that throbbing headache. I turned on my cell phone briefly to check the time. Apparently, it was already past 2 p.m. The rain was still hammering fiercely down. By now, the tent was half submerged in muddy water. There was nothing to do but curl myself up in my heavy, wet uniform, rubbing my arms and trembling from the cold. Although I was doing nothing at all, my stomach was still growling, and although my stomach was growling, it was still raining outside. Thinking of the time it would take to start a cooking fire, I lost all motivation to try. What were the other girls doing right now? I took a quick glance out the entrance of the tent, but there didn't seem to be anyone moving through the downpour. They must have all been quietly enduring the storm in their tents. The steady drumming of the rain was the only sound I could hear. The cries of the cicadas, so vigorous and persistent when the weather was clear, were utterly gone. So too the eerie shrieks of the unseen birds hidden in the treetops above.
Kazuki?
Suddenly wanting to hear another human voice, I called Kazuki's name. There was no response. When I looked over, I found Kazuki sitting on her sleeping mat, just as before, but at some point her eyes had fallen closed.
そうか。2時か。
Every day, Kazuki would take a nap sometime between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. It was never more than a quick 15-minute dose, so the first few minutes I thought she just nodded off out of exhaustion. But it happened every day at roughly the same time, so it soon became obvious this little siesta was part of her schedule.
何も座ったまま眠らなくてもいいのに。
Nobody's going to complain if you lie down like a normal person. Of course, considering the minor flood we had going on in here, that probably wouldn't be a much more relaxing option at the moment. This was a grave problem indeed. We'd have to think up a countermeasure of some sort before it happened again. But the damp floor isn't the only inconvenience brought on by the rain. For one thing, writing in this diary isn't easy when the pages are wet. And unfortunately, I've been in the grips of a much more serious dilemma for a little while now. Probably thanks to that big mug of onion tea this morning, I'm currently enduring a desperate need for a visit to the bathroom. Ooh, oh no. The urge to pee was painfully intense, requiring constant effort to restrain. My pen trembled against the diary pages as I wrote. I surveyed the interior of the tent, but found nothing that might serve as a makeshift umbrella or raincoat. When this rain lets up, I'm going straight to the captain and proposing we cobble together an outhouse with a roof. I'm making a special note of that here so it can't possibly slip my mind. Sixth day in the valley. After a full day of unrelenting rain, we woke to a blessedly clear morning. Our life here has begun to assume something of a rhythm. Initially, our mornings were a bit chaotic, with people crawling out of their tents at random times. But recently, everyone's been waking up by 6 a.m. at the latest. Although it would be more accurate to say they're being forcibly woken up. Naturally, the one beating the stragglers out of bed is none other than my partner, Kazami Kazuki. Of course, that doesn't mean she literally goes around thrashing them. That would be much too inefficient. The recipient of her violence is the bottom of an anodized aluminum cooking pot. 15 minutes before the 6 a.m. wake-up call, Kazuki dangled the pot in question from a tree branch and began to wail away on the metal surface with a wooden sword she's nicknamed the Punishment Rod, producing a piercing series of clangs. Oh my god. I would flip. Then shouted a wake-up call in full military style. What's the deal with that punishment rod anyway? Sadly, it's nothing more than a crude wooden sword we'd use to split watermelons as part of our recreational activities at the camp. And when someone as tiny as Kazuki brandishes it around, it looks less like a weapon and more like a prop for some corny slapstick routine. 10 minutes after that initial wake-up came the signal for folding hammocks. Apparently, we're on an old-fashioned battleship now. After 5 minutes to roll up our sleeping bag and mat, the pot received another vigorous thrashing for the 6 a.m. muster. All hands lined up in front of the tents for roll call. Obviously, this is all pretty annoying, and at first there were a lot of complaints. But when forcefully informed that fixing a regular schedule of activity in order to reset your body's internal clock is the fundamental basis of a sound health maintenance plan, nobody had enough of a counter-argument to voice open objections. And so, every morning the entire group gathers obediently in a line for the daily physical. Or as the seniors refer to it behind our backs, Professor Kazami's tour of inspection. These health checkups amount to little more than a quick interview about any ailments, followed by any words of caution the doctor has to offer. But considering our isolation and general cluelessness, Kazuki's extensive knowledge has become something of a reassuring guidepost for many, so this daily advice is fairly well received, for the most part. As a comparison to an imperious doctor sweeping around their hospital might suggest, Kazuki has a retinue on these rounds. I tag along beside her from the patient to the next, taking notes in the memo pad we devoted to medical records. The summary I jot down at the end of the page doesn't change much from day to day. No major problems given the circumstances. To rephrase, everyone's suffering from varying degrees of malnutrition, but they're not about to keel over and die today or tomorrow. After the general inspection, we turn our attention to those who'd suffer external injuries, that is, Kaneda and the cut on her forehead, as well as Sakurai and her lacerated abdomen. We perform what treatment we can, cleaning the crudely stitched wounds with a disinfectant made from wild herbs, then replacing their bandages with ones we'd washed clean and sterilized in boiling water. And finally, we stop by to visit Hiroka-san in the large tent to wipe the sweat from her feverish body. Well, this part's pretty much exclusively my job by now. When the morning rounds are finished at last, I seek out Mr. Ochi and report everyone's health acceptable while Kazuki heads to Koide-senpai's tent. The daily rations for each individual are being adjusted depending on the severity of their malnutrition symptoms, as diagnosed by Kazuki. The distribution of the day's food, or as Kazuki now refers to it, chow time, is held at 7 a.m. Until then, everyone's supposed to take care of their laundry and air out their bedding. In particular, our sleeping bags have to be thoroughly dried in the sun on a regular basis, or they'll be sprouting clumps of mold before we know it. After passing on the medical report, I return to our tent, grab Kazuki's bedding along with mine, then lay them out on top of the tent to dry. Finally, I head to the stream to take care of our combined laundry, then make my way to the captain's tent with our rice cooker to receive our daily rations. The routine started normally enough this morning, but at this final step, we ran into our first serious breakdown in the process, one that will probably have lingering effects going forward. I arrived slightly early at the captain's tent, where she manages our entire food supply in cooperation with Mr. Ochi and her partner. Koide was waiting inside as usual, but today her face was ghastly pale.
どうしよう。え、何かあったんですか？
一本足りないの。どうしよ
足りないって何がです？人参の数よ。小出さん、数え間違いではなくて？もう一度数え直してみては？人参？
As they explained the situation to me, there had been a total of 11 carrots carefully stocked away. On Captain Sakashita's orders, when the number fell to 10, they were planning to halt distribution and hold the rest in reserve. But when Koide-san counted this morning, the 11th carrot they'd been intending to divide and hand out to the group was missing.
じゃあ、
Oh, okay, who stole it?
人参は配給されないってこと？それはさして重要ではないのよ。問題はいつの間にか一本消えていたという事実ね。
Who stole it? Who stole the carrot?
消えた？人参に足があるわけでもないし、一人でに消えることはないわ。ということは、可能性は2つ。単純に数え間違えていたか、もしくは誰かが食べちゃったか。
Let's begin the interrogation process. Who the fuck ate the carrot? You're well gastried on in chat, by the way.
私じゃないよ。私食べてない。本当だよ。私人参なんて嫌いだし。
疑ってはいませんから安心してください。ただそうなると、もっと厄介な問題が浮上してくるのよね。どういうこと？
Was it you, Phantom? Did you steal the carrot?
つまり、誰かが盗んだという問題です。
盗まれた？誰に？
そう。
Maybe.
厄介なのはその点です。こんな閉鎖空間で犯人探しでも始めようものなら、誰もが疑心に暗鬼を生みます。正直、現状では結束や信頼が失われるのが最大のデメリットです。
Everyone suspects everyone else and is suspected in return. That's never a pleasant feeling, and it rarely ends well. It certainly wouldn't help that our group was composed of half-starved teenage girls. If the criminal were discovered, there's no doubt she would have faced a vicious denunciation session. Yep, they're still stuck. And if the investigation failed, it was all too obvious that the reign of condemnation words. And if the investigation failed, it was all too obvious that reign of condemnation would fall instead on Koide, for allowing this theft from our food supply to take place through her incompetence.
どうしよう。助けてよ、鏡さん。私が悪いんじゃないよね。だって私、ちゃんと千秋さんの言う通りに、部長の言う通りにしただけだよ。
What was the guilty party? Was it Mr. Ochi?
落ち着きなさい、りっちゃん。いや、りっちゃんって呼んでやるなよ、先輩だぞ。あんた幼馴染か。いいですか、小出さん。幸いなことに人参紛失の事実を知っているのはここにいる人間と犯人だけです。つまり黙っていればバレないのではなくて。
Yeah, okay.
うわ、隠蔽
Yes,
だ
you
よ。
have it. Now's
泥
not
に
the
泥
time
を
to
塗って
steal carrots. I
隠
know,
しだ、この
right?
女。
それは無理。人参の残りの本数は部長も先生も知ってるし、黙っていてもいつかバレちゃう。
If they knew how many you had left, they were the ones who probably took it. Because didn't they say that if they fell under 10 carrots, or 11, or yeah, they fell to 10 carrots, they would stop rationing them out? What's the point in that? They're gonna keep it for themselves. It wasn't a proportionally large theft, but carrots are easy enough to count. Its disappearance would be all too obvious.
この場合、解決法というか打開策は2つあります。面白い方法とつまらない方法があるけれど、どっちが聞きたい？面白い方。いや、両方聞かせろよ。それじゃあ、まずは面白い方だけど、これは簡単。もうね、いっそのこと、ここにある人参全部持って逃げる。逃げる？なんで？どこに？人参がなくなって何が困るって、突き詰めた話、部長にこっぴどく叱られるのが一番嫌なわけでしょ？だったら、人参を全部持って山に逃げ込んで、そのまま脱出を試みてはどうかしら。うまいこと脱出して救助を呼ぶことができれば、たかが人参を持ち逃げしたことなんてもう誰も責めないだろうし、むしろ救世主として末代までの語り草になるわよ。それがあんたの言う面白い方法？面白いわよね。いや、全然。
I was gonna say, that does not sound fun at all. Excuse me?
あれ？あれ？じゃねえよ。
真面目に考えてよ。私、このままじゃ千秋さんに怒られる。
Go shuck yourself? Should we start saying that instead of go fuck yourself? Instead of saying that, be like, you, go shuck yourself.
ちなみに、つまらない方法ってのは？ああ、それはもう本当につまらないわよ。ただの人参ですね。何それ？要は、人参の本数が合っていれば何も問題はないのでしょ？
With those words, Kazuki picked up a kitchen knife and casually lopped off the tip of the nearest carrot. With quick, firm strokes, she sliced the carrot into pieces, then started right in onto the next one.
ちょっと、貴重な食べ物をおもちゃにしないで。
まあいいから落ち着いてよく見なさい。どう？ほら、これで11本。
When I looked down at the cutting board, the missing vegetable had somehow reappeared. I counted the sliced carrots again. Slowly and carefully, there were 11 in total.
何これ？ 11本。あれ？嘘！本当に11本ある。どうやったの？
How did you do it, Kazuki?
結構有名なパズルなんだけれど、知らない？ある物体を切り分けて並べ替えると全体の面積が増えたり、逆にピースを追加しても面積は変化しないといったよくあるパラドックスパズルよ。
I honestly forgot that existed.
あ、そういえば、なんかお土産物屋さんの店先で木でできたそんな
What can
パ
I
ズル
say?
見たこと
Puzzles are
な
not
い。
necessarily my forte, so, you know.
多分それはペン
We all know this with every game that I play that involves puzzles.
今回私がやったのはもっとずっと単純なものよ。一部が欠けているのが一目でわかるしね。人参の本数がもっと多ければ それに比例して欠損部が小さくなるからバレにくいんだけど。うわー、気持ち悪い。魔女だ。あんた魔女だよ。恐ろしい。失礼な。あんまり生意気なことを言うとネズミに変えるわよ。
私魔女でもいい。風見さん、ありがとう。この恩は必ず返すから。
いいのよりっちゃん、気にしないで。だからりっちゃん呼ぶなって、先輩だっつってんだろ。
Was Koide Senpai aware exactly who she just put herself in debt to? I don't think she is. Even so, Kazuki said not to worry about it, so maybe a trick like that doesn't even register as a favor for her? Personally though, I thought her smile at the moment was saying, I don't expect you'd be of much use to me anyway. And it sent a bit of a chill down my spine. Either way, I sure as heck didn't have the courage to ask Kazuki for clarification. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do with that either, honestly. The 7th day in the valley. Status quo unchanged. The end. No, I guess it's a bit too extreme an abridged version. We'd now spent a solid week shipwrecked. Naturally, no one was running around like chickens with their head cut off anymore. Our lives had taken on the repetitive quality of a long-running television show that's decayed into a pale imitation of its former self. The kind you keep watching every week out of sheer inertia. Like my streams, I mean, what? Although we were thoroughly sick of eating, or even looking at, the vile plant soup that had become our primary sustenance. Its proportion of our diet was only rising. The amount of rice distributed to us was decreasing steadily with each passing day. And even the edible grasses that had seemed so infinitely abundant at first were vanishing with alarming swiftness from the picked-over areas near the entrance to the forest. Everything was in short supply. Well, the only thing we were gaining more from day to day was boredom. As we'd grown accustomed to life here, there was a lot less pointless effort being expended, and a lot more time spent sitting around quietly, preserving our energy. Other than that, I suppose we at least had an effectively limitless supply of water from the spring, but since we were all using it heavily, the water needed to be boiled before we could drink. There were a number of people who found this delay irritating, sometimes skipping it entirely, myself among them, but Kazuki strongly recommended that we heat the water to 170 degrees for at least a minute, in order to kill the bacteria likely proliferating in the stream. And in fact, it seemed that chronic diarrhea had begun to spread among those who continued to drink the water raw. Oh, that sucks.
下痢で思い出した。びっくりした。
Nah, drink away. Yes, enjoy your diarrhea. I can only imagine, had they not had a shovel or anything to bury all of that. Imagine the smell around that camp. Oh my god.
急に大きな声を出さないでといつも言っているでしょうに、あなたは本当にもう何なのかしら。私を驚かすのがあなたの中で静かなブームを巻き起こしているとでも言うの？
That was a mouthful, Kazuki. Holy shit.
あ、ごめん。とりあえず息継ぎをしよう。死んじゃうよ。次やったらお尻をぶつわよ。
Going to spank you. Firmly.
シャーからごめんって。それより聞いて。何なの？トイレを作ろうよ。は？なぜ病原菌の発生源をわざわざ。あ、いや、そうか。今のうちにガソリンを。なるほど。まずプラスが1ね。カズキ？
When I tentatively called her name, Kazuki instantly thrust up her right index finger. This was her signal for wait 10 seconds. If I ignored this command and kept talking, I knew all too well Kazuki would fire right back with a forceful don't spew out gobs of worthless noise at me when I'm not ready to listen. Then glare at me with her deep dark eyes full of cold scorn, muttering almost like a television in human form in the disgusted tone of someone pulled out of bed by a telemarketer. I quickly learned to respect the signal. By now, one finger in the air from Kazuki and I fell instantly silent for 10 seconds. You could practically see my tail drooping between my legs like a dog given a firm command to wait. Honestly, I felt a little perverse admiration at how well she trained me.
いいアイデアだと思うわ。
I had no idea what sort of calculations Kazuki ran through in those 10 seconds to reverse her initial decision. Maybe she projected the pluses and minuses of building an outhouse through the next decade or so? Whatever the case, I had her permission to proceed with the toilet construction plan. With that settled, I headed off to ask Captain Sakashita's opinion on the matter, admittedly for the sake of form more than anything else.
風見さんは何て言っているの？どうせ風見さんが許可を出したから私のところに来たのでしょ？
まあ。
だったら勝手にすれば？そうやっていちいち私に責任を押し付けないと気が済まないの？
But you're the fucking captain! Wouldn't it just be better to relay? Oh my god. She really does not like to take responsibility, does she?
別にそういうわけじゃ。
Every student club in our school had its factional disputes. In particular, the sports teams were notorious for their bitter infighting. You could fill a book with the petty spats that raged every year. Our basketball team was no exception from the rule, but it was somewhat unusual in that our conflicts never got too serious. The reason for that lay at the top. Captain Sakashita's charismatic presence would be a nice way to spin it, but to make a long story short, everyone was too afraid of her powerful family to risk making an enemy out of her. But out here, her parents' influence was no longer a prop to her authority, and as our focus narrowed to the problems immediately before us, some potential future reprisal was the last thing on anyone's mind. Alright, I did not realize we were this close to an ad break. I do apologize. I'm going to swap over to my BRB screen and put some words on stream up, and I'll be back once the ad break is finished. Alright, we are back from our ad break. Let me go ahead and let's get rid of autopilot real quick. Alright. I'm probably gonna have to reread a lot of this. Why are we quitting?
Quit. Your request has been denied. You may submit your request again in 365 years. Thank you for your service with us. Policy written by Kissy Kitten.
Why are we quitting? You're not allowed to, remember? No quitting for you. Thank you for the hydrate, high tech. Okay, so basically, no longer under the power of the captain because she no longer has her parents' influence. I didn't need to know about your sunburnt nipple stack. What the fuck? That sounds like a you problem. A broken plugin on a Minecraft server? Oh my god. Even figuring out how to do like a direct connect Minecraft server is a massive pain in the ass. Our basketball team is no exception from the rule, but it was somewhat unusual in that our conflicts never got too serious. The reason for that lay at the top. Captain Sakashita's charismatic presence would be a nice way to spin it, but to make a long story short, everyone was too afraid of her powerful family to risk making an enemy out of her. But out here, her parents' influence was no longer a prop to her authority. And as our focus narrowed to the problems immediately before us, some potential future reprisal was the last thing on anyone's mind. In other words, Captain's position was growing uncertain. Our education in that school for rich young ladies might not have provided us with many practical skills, but there was one noticeable exception. It had instilled in us a sharp sense of smell. That is to say, the ability to sniff out the winning horse in any given race. The smell of a clear winner always attracts a crowd, even when they lie at rest. Over the several days we'd spent in the valley, the number of people surrounding Captain Sakashita had visibly declined. Her only consistent companion was Koide Ritsu, bound to her by a simplistic sense of obligation. Problem is, I have to straight up modify the plugin's code because it uses the wrong version of API? Damn. That sounds frustrating. As I stood stock still in front of the captain, trying in vain to find some response to her words, my fellow freshman Ibuki Haruna pulled me away by the hand. Ibuki Haruna. The only child of the president of a corporation, headquartered in Kasukabe, that imported and sold luxury foreign cars. In Kazuki's opinion, decidedly insolent despite her total ignorance of the ways of the world. Listless and lazy to boot. An exemplary child of modern era. And in the opinion of her dorm roommate Sakuma, a total coward at heart despite constantly acting tough. And she doesn't even realize everyone knows it. Personally, the idea of gaining personal profit at the expense of being despised by others never really appealed to me. My mom always raised me not to be a nuisance to others. Live your life so as yearn folks' gratitude, not their scorn. That's because people in Japan and other Asian countries are overworked and underpaid. And 9 times out of 10, it's obligatory.
昼寝してるから電話に出られないってどう？時間をずらして何度も電話して、やっと担当者が捕まったかと思えば、こちらはちゃんと注文通りの色の車を送ったって、何の臆面もなく言うのよ。そんなはずはない。実際に届いたのは違う色の車だって言えば、じゃあ輸送中に誰かが色を塗り替えたんだ。とにかくうちのミスじゃないって。
What the fuck?
それで結局泣き寝入りしてしまうのが善人なのよ。結局のところ、善人なんてのは弱者を耳障りよくしただけのことよ。
それも極端だと思うけどな。
Nice person equal weakling. Trapped in the bottom of a gloomy ravine, we were all struggling to stay alive from day to day. Act like a soft-hearted good girl in such a harsh situation, and you'd only be taken advantage of. It was an extreme argument, even an immoral one. But I couldn't deny there was a kernel of truth buried underneath the bitterness. Ibuki had a definite dislike for soft-hearted people from the very beginning, and she was always the sort to be vocal about her distaste. But since the fall, that element of her personality had been growing more pronounced in... Is it acerbic? How do you pronounce this? Is it acerbic or is it... Oh, it's acerbic. Okay. Okay. Let me correct myself. But since the fall, that element of her personality had been growing more pronounced and acerbic by the day. Little by little, everything was growing warped. Without food, our minds were robbed of composure as surely as our bodies were robbed of nutrients. Under such conditions, human beings lose their self-restraint. They slide slowly off the rails. I watched Ibuki quietly from behind as we walked. Her school uniform was seriously grimy. Not that mine was any better. No matter how diligently we washed our clothes, it was just unavoidable in this place. Fuck you, Dag. Ibuki had been one of the more fashion-conscious girls on the team, but these last few days she hadn't even been glancing in her mirror. Without warning, she came to a stop and turned back to face me.
あれ、何の話をしてたんだっけ？
あ、イタリア人の話？
あ、そっか。どこまで話したっけ？
その話はもう終わったと思うけど。
そうだっけ？ごめん。なんか私、ぼーっとしてたみたい。
Oh no. Absent-mindedness from
なんだか
hunger.
最近、物忘れも多くて嫌になっちゃう。
イブキ、大丈夫？
To a greater or lesser extent, everyone here had been losing weight, but Ibuki had been slim in the first place. She was edging into emaciated territory. Her arms were as thin as branches on a withered tree where they emerged from her sleeves.
イブキ、また痩せた？
ああ、うん。かもね。
She laughed it off, getting thinner and thinner even though I'm doing nothing at all. What was the point of all the hard work I put into those diets? But I found it impossible to crack a smile in return. You're all set for D&D? Yay!
何キロ減ったかわかるのにな。
ちゃんと食べた方がいいよ。
食べるって何を？
それは。
When she asked point blank like that, I didn't have much to say. We both knew perfectly well there was nothing left to fill her stomach. Watching as I hesitated awkwardly, Ibuki gave a high-pitched little giggle, then turned around and walked straight off toward her tent. Human beings are malleable. Our environment changes us. Dropped into a warped situation, we were slowly warping ourselves to match. Small personality shifts like Ibuki's were far from the worst of it. Our extended stay in this place had given rise for far more serious problems, some of which were rapidly becoming impossible to ignore.
あまね、悪いけれど、また薬草を積んできてもらえない？うん、また毒ダミでいい？お願い。あと、できれば何か食べられそうなものを探してきてくれると助かるわ。探してはみるけど。わかってる。見つけるまで帰ってくるなとは言わないわ。薬草を積むついでに探すだけでいいから。後で大テントに届けてちょうだい。わかった。
The large tent, in other words, our little camp sat excuse for a hospital. Kazuki was visiting it several times a day, conversing with and treating the wounded. Sakurai's wound had given initial indications of recovery to the point she was increasingly able to move around, but a few days ago, it had apparently begun to fester. In fact, it was that very mobility that caused the problem. After many long days lying in that humid tent, breathing air thick with the pus and sweat characteristic of a place occupied by the wounded, Sakurai snuck out in Kazuki's absence and bathed in the bacteria-laden spring. The gash in her abdomen wasn't so deep as to threaten her life, but it was by no means shallow. Thanks to her malnutrition, the laceration simply hadn't closed completely, and so it seems, the bacteria invaded her body, infecting the wound. Fortunately, chameleon plants were one thing that had an abundance of. No matter how many I picked, they seemed to grow right back. As the plants like to grow in marshy, damp spots, all I had to do was look for places sheltered from the sun. Especially after a rainy day like yesterday, there would be large quantities waiting. The rain brought a number of other blessings, apart from the chameleon plants. In particular, a large number of snails had appeared in the forest. Mushrooms had also sprouted up, but I wasn't about to thoughtlessly start grabbing at them. Kasuki had severely beaten it into my head that a moment's overconfidence or a trivial act of carelessness could prove fatal. Opening the lid of our rice cooker, I began picking a moderate number of chameleon leaves, careful not to take too many from any one plant. While I was at it, I grabbed a few snails as they crawled slowly across nearby tree branches. Every time I tossed a snail into the makeshift bucket, its shell hit the bottom of the aluminum cooker with a sharp little rattle. Hearing that sound drove home the realization that I'd been reduced to viewing slugs as food, and a surge of self-pity abruptly welled up inside me. Feeling the corners of my eyes grow hot, I sniffled in a futile attempt to hold my misery inside. Crying wasn't going to help anything. I knew that all too well, but the tears still came. Don't think too much. As long as I stay alive, I'll be rescued. As long as I don't give up, I'll get home. Empty words, but I forced myself to believe them. It was the only thing that kept my hands moving. It was the only way I could see going on as anything but ridiculous. I had plucked a few dozen leaves from the chameleon plants and captured 2 snails when an unpleasant surprise pulled me back to reality. Glancing down, I noticed with a start that my sock was stained dark red. A leech had latched onto the calf of my left leg. It hung suspended from my skin, round and fat with my blood. It seems snails weren't the only slimy invertebrates that had multiplied in the wake of the torrential rain. Normally, I would have shrieked at the sight of the vile little creature, probably collapsed to my knees, weeping hysterically. Instead, I grabbed the leech firmly, peeled it off my leg, and tossed it into the trees with the detached, mechanical calm that surprised myself. After removing the teeth still stuck in my leg, I carefully squeezed at the wound to wring out the leech's poison. Apparently it's called is it Hirudin or Hirudin? I don't know. But now that I looked, there was a numb bleeding bite on my right leg as well. The leech had apparently already drank its fill, as it was nowhere to be found. For some reason, the collar of my uniform felt oddly tingly against my skin. My heart thudding with cold dread, I slowly tentatively brought my hand toward the back of my neck. My fingers brushed against a fat, slimy body, and this time I screamed. Ooh, damn. Ripping the leech off my neck, I hurled it against the ground and rained a furious series of kicks down on it, but the thing just didn't want to die. As I ground the writhing leech into the mud with my heel, my own blood gushed out in little splurts from its smashed body. I was seized by such an intense, dizzying spasm of sheer loathing that I thought I might pass out on the spot. I couldn't take this anymore. I just couldn't. Lukewarm blood trickled endlessly down the back of my neck. I pressed my hand against the wound, but it just wouldn't stop. Damn, freaking leeches. This trip was over. Just as I decided to head back, I casually glanced up at the sound of a slight rustling from above, and in the next instant, a number of leeches came raining down from the overlapping tree branches overhead, aiming for me. Oh my god. Clutching the mess kit tightly to my chest, I ran stumbling out of the forest as fast as my legs would carry me. Listen very carefully, city dwellers. I'm willing to bet some of y'all have been known to say things like, I love nature, being out in the green heals my soul, or whatever, yes? Well, if you ever find yourself in need of a broken nose, try repeating it when I'm in the room. Those tidy little trails you hike down, where there are trimmed trees and color-coded maps and porta potties and rest stations, that's an artificial playground for human beings. In that moment, watching the unceasing trickle of blood seeping into my uniform, I came to hate nature from the bottom of my heart. I don't blame you, Amane. When I returned with the mess kit, covered in my own blood, I heard a snarling voice inside the large tent. Captain Sakashita's here? I hesitated for a moment at the entrance. Looking around, I saw the rest of the girls in the area were similarly frozen in awkward uncertainty, looking deliberately away from the tent but clearly listening. I couldn't just do nothing. Maybe just nonchalantly popping in there would drain some of the tension from the air. Heaving a single heavy sigh, I braced myself emotionally, then stooped down and passed through the open tent flaps. We might have called it the large tent, but it wasn't exactly spacious as hospitals go. When I crawled inside, the scent of closely packed sedentary bodies was as thick as always. And today, the droning of flies filled the air. This was a more recent development. Apparently, the smell of blood and pus had grown strong enough to prove an irresistible attraction. No matter how many flies we drove off or swatted, there was always more to take their place. The interior was unevenly illuminated by sunshine flowing in through the gaps in the tree canopy. I could see Hiruka-san and Sakurai lying at opposite ends of the tent, attended at their bedside by Captain Sakashita and Kazuki, respectively.
ほら、食べなさい。食べるのよ。それがあなたの義務。いいえ、これは命令よ。食べなさい。
Captain Sakashita scooped some gruel out of the Sierra cup in her hand and pushed the spoon forward, but Hiruka-san bit her lower lip and turned her face aside, rejecting the food outright.
食べたくないんです。そんなはずはないでしょ。まずいから食べたくないなんて、わがままが許される状況じゃないのは説明したはずです。食べなさい。
I myself had nursed Hiruka-san numerous times over the last week. She'd never accepted much in the way of food, but the last few days in particular, she hadn't eaten anything remotely approaching a meal. With both legs broken, she was almost entirely unable to move. Spending all day lying down would probably tend to reduce your appetite. And when you happen to be lying down in a confined space reeking of pus and dirt and sweat, hunger pangs might well be less of a problem than containing your nausea. The high fever from her fractures lasted 3 days, during which we were forced to keep her on a purely liquid diet. Even after her temperature fell, the most she could keep down was a light rice gruel with practically no added ingredients. And even that watery broth she sipped very slowly and in small quantities.
お願いします。もう許してください。
Hiruka-san grated out the words through gritted teeth, her contorted expression begging for a reprieve. As she squeezed her eyes shut, small tears spilled from the corners of her eyes.
許してって何よ。人聞きの悪いことを言わないで。まるで私があなたをいじめているようじゃない。
Oh my god, put your fucking pride aside and shut the fuck up. Oh my god, this bitch. The captain jerked back the spoon and noisily slammed the aluminum cup to the floor in obvious irritation. The porridge inside was surprisingly thick with rice. Unlike our typical watered-down wheat soups, it was a legitimate gruel. Compared to the relatively healthy members of the group, the wounded needed more nourishment to help their bodies heal. They must have been receiving preferential rations. At a quick glance, there seemed to be as much rice in that one bowl as I received in a single day.
むしろあなたは感謝するべき立場なのよ。それがどうしてそんな口の利き方ができるというの？
Why do you think we're giving special treatment to invalids who can't even work? But before the next angry words in this sequence could spill out of Captain Sakashita's mouth, Kazuki, who had been silently cleaning Sakurai's stomach wound the whole time, finally interjected.
人が嫌がっていることを無理強いするのがいじめ以外の何だと言うんです？
Thank you! A fucking voice of reason! Captain Sakashita turned to face Kazuki's back, glaring so fiercely, I half expected her to pop a blood vessel.
今の私たちにとってこの一握りのお米がどれだけ貴重かあなたにだって分かっているでしょ？
What the fuck? I'm pissed.
Well, that's your D&D campaign and not his. That's why.
ええ、もちろん。でも、あなたは間違っています。
If Kazuki noticed the captain's furious glare, she gave no sign of it. Not even bothering to turn around, she continued treating Sakurai as she spoke.
こんな状況だからこそ、力強くも絶対的な存在として甘い顔はできないと考えたのかもしれませんが、弱者を相手にいい人ごっこをしている姿を主張したいのなら、少しは他者を思いやる姿勢を見せてはいかがですか？
It's Alexi! Hi, how are you? It's a Phoebe! How are you?
それはあなたのようにずる賢くやってみせろと？
How is this sly, insincere facade? She's genuinely fucking taking over the responsibilities that you yourself as a captain are supposed to uphold. Excuse the fuck out of me. Somebody knock this bitch off her high horse, please. Please! Somebody, just knock her off of it.
そう、私のようにずる賢くです。おつむが弱い分、どうしても力押しに頼るのはあなたの悪い癖です。
I love Kazuki. I love her sassiness and sarcasm. It's beautiful. You're sleepy? I feel that. I feel that. Hopefully you're doing a little bit better though and staying out of the heat. I say hopefully. The tent was unpleasantly humid enough to begin with. I really could have done without the nasty cold sweat now drenching my back.
ここはもう結構ですから、ご自分のテントにお戻りになられてはいかがです？
Oh, damn. She's like, if I don't want to deal with your shit, get the fuck
あ
out.
なたには後でお話があります。私のテントまで来ていただける？
I don't trust this. I miss the winter too.
まあ怖い。とても一人では訪ねる勇気がないので、アマネを同行させても？
構わないわ。
As she spat out those words, Captain Sakashita's dark, angry eyes flashed over to settle on me.
ちょ
Don't get me mixed up in this. Do not get me mixed up in this, Kazuki. Pierced by the captain's loathing glare, I stiffened in the entrance of the tent like a rock, managing to respond only with a terrified gulp. Maybe she realized how awkward I felt about the whole thing, maybe not. Either way, Captain Sakashita gave a little snort, then pushed right past me and out of the tent.
カズキ
なーに？情けない声を出さないでちょうだい。それより、薬草はどうしたの？
I miss winter, just not certain things that encompass with it. Like the copious amounts of snow that I'd have to shovel. I will gladly welcome the cold weather, though. Just the temperatures, I will gladly welcome that without issue.
積んできたけど
I quickly opened the mess kit I'd been carrying. At some point, the snails I'd captured had glued themselves to the opposite side of the lid.
ありがとう。
Kazuki grabbed a number of chameleon plant leaves from the aluminum cooker, crumpled them in her hand, and deftly began to apply them to the area around Sakurai's wound.
少し染みますか？
少しだけでもかゆいよりは痛い
Well, you wouldn't be in that position if you didn't get up and fucking go to take a bath in a freaking bacteria-infested water with an open wound.
薬草を積んできたのはアマネです。
スオさんありがとういえどういたしまして
Sakurai Senpai was as placid and soft-spoken as always. Even in the fairly tomboyish basketball team, she'd been generally admired as the greatest beauty in the group. I didn't know the exact details, but apparently her father was a famous stage actor and her mother a former idol singer. Born to two such people, it was perhaps unsurprising that she turned out as lovely as she did. Against such a contrast, the ugly, jagged wound across her abdomen and its crude stitches were all the more painful to look at.
はい、終わりましたよ。テントの外に出て日に当たってください。
Sorry about that. I had an alarm go off and I forgot my phone was on the other side of my room.
お世話になりました
Ugh. The presence of the wound must still have been a source of unease, if not discomfort, to her. As Sakurai slowly rose from the ground, her hand softly traced the gash from above the freshly applied bandages. With a brief, polite bow to Kazuki, she quietly crawled out of the tent.
こんな状況でも美人なんだね桜井先輩
そのこと、あまり本人の前では言わない方がいいわね。彼女、演技も下手だし、歌も苦手で、自分には容姿以外の取り柄がないって思っているみたいだから。
I got Michael's over here just like causing fucking chaos and shit.
褒めたつもりでも、結果的に彼女を追い詰めることになりかねないわ。
そうなんだ
In that case, the ugly wound to her stomach must have been a considerable psychological shock. I turned around to peer out the open flap of the tent. As Sakurai slowly walked off into the distance, her shoulders seemed to be sagging.
金田さんのように顔の怪我じゃなかっただけ幸運だと思わなければね。
To be sure, that would have been even harder on her. But Kaneda herself didn't seem particularly depressed. Maybe she was just counting herself lucky to have survived? I suppose she might just have been the sort not to sweat the small stuff. She didn't whine about the gash on her head, but by the same token, she wouldn't come to have the wound treated unless we called for her.
今はそんなことより、広岡さん。なかなか気がついてあげられなくてごめんなさい。
なんことですか
Uh-oh.
あなたが食事を取りたがらない理由よ。
As she spoke, Kazuki reached out for the zipper of Hidoko-san's tightly closed sleeping bag.
待ってお願いいや恥ずかしいのはわかるけどこのままにはしておけないでしょ
Kazuki's voice was far more gentle than I'd ever heard it before. Nonetheless, Hidoko-san broke into painful, bitter sobs like a child begging for forgiveness. She turned her head to the side, her gaze coming to rest on me. There were fat teardrops rolling down her cheeks.
あまね悪いけどお湯を沸かしてきてくれるどれぐらいバケツ一杯分急がないでいいわお願いわかった
As I turned to leave, a sharp new smell cut through the stuffy air of the tent, and I finally understood the situation. Hidoko-san soiled herself? Right. At the moment, she couldn't even stand up on her own power. With a little maneuvering, she'd probably be able to handle a number 1 by herself, but a number 2 would absolutely require external assistance. Hidoko-san had always been the most timid and introverted member of our team. Even under the best of circumstances, she found it difficult to assert herself. She must simply have been too humiliated to ask for the help she needed. In other words, she'd been refusing food for the last few days out of sheer terror at producing waste. It all fell horribly into place in an instant. Her body racked with sobs, Hidoko-san buried her face into her hands. Kazuki spoke to her again, her voice like a comforting caress.
気にすることはないわ生きていれば当たり前のことなのだから
Slightly unsettled by Kazuki's uncharacteristic kindness, I hastily left the tent.
なんだよカズキのやつ私にはあんな優しい顔絶対しないくせにさ
Really, Amane? Really? All of a sudden, there was a complex and intense mixture of feelings. Unease, irritation, anxiety, and others I couldn't quite put into words, swirling unpleasantly around in my chest.
そんなに広岡が可愛いならあいつと付き合えばいいじゃんかよ
Oh, the jealousy is real. Hold on a second here, Self. What did you just say? I mean, what? You'd almost think I was jealous here or something. Well, huh. Now that I think about it, maybe I really am a little jealous? But Kazuki and I are both girls, so, no, what exactly is going on here? Sometimes pet dogs get all cranky when they see their master doting on somebody else's mutt. Maybe this is something similar? I knew it was downright weird for me to be feeling this way, but the irritation was real, and it wasn't going away. Maybe I should just throw my dignity to the wind and give her a nasty bite the next time she tries to give me a treat?
あなた今変なこと考えているでしょう
I mean, just a bit. Just a bit.
私はあなたを一番信頼しているしあなたに一番頼っているのは事実よ私がどこへ行こうと結局最後にはあなたのところへ帰ってくるのだからあなたはどっしりと構えて待っている
Right? It's called being bisexual, Amane, please.
何言ってるの
わからない私にはあなたが必要だってそう言っているのよ
なんで
首のところ血が出てるわ
あ、これはヒルに噛まれて痛くないから平気だよ
血が止まっていないじゃないそのままにしておけば何時間も止まらないわよいいからいらっしゃい
Kazuki reached her small arms up, drawing my head down toward her, then pressed her lips against the scruff of my neck. After briefly running her tongue along the area of the leech bite, she began to suck on the wound. Oh, the sounds.
いや、カズキそんなに強く
Oh my god! Yes, you are hearing strange things.
全部吸い出してあげるわ
I don't know how to feel about this right now. What the hell is this? Why does this have to be so pointlessly erotic? Kazuki's lips, they're small and soft and kinda feel nice. This isn't good. Now I'm getting in a weird mood. She sucked the blood and anticoagulant out of my neck until her mouth was full, spat it out, then came right back for more. I understood she was performing medical treatment, but every time Kazuki's lips touched me, my body quivered. Every time she exhaled through her nose, her breath tickled my cheek, and strange little noises leaked out of my mouth. Oh no! Oh no! In a daze, my eyes half closed, I whimpered nasally. It took a good minute for me to notice that Sakuma-senpai was standing nearby, her arms folded, taking in the whole scene with a smirk on her face.
やれやれ。随分と大胆だね、君たちも。
Yeah, this is the stream-friendly version. Imagine everything else that has been skipped over. It's... Oh my god.
違いますよ。これはそういうんじゃなくて、そう、ヒルです。私森でヒルに噛まれて、それでこれは血が止まらないから、そのカズキが。何？別に責めているわけじゃないよ。愛情には様々な形があってしかりだと私は思っているしね。
She's so fucking smug about it.
だから、これは別に愛情とかそういうことじゃなくて治療ですよ。治療だって愛情だろ？君、誰に何の言い訳をしているんだい？
あまねをいじめると楽しいのは理解できますけど、それはペアである私の特権です。あまりあまねをからかわないでください。
Damn, she's eating this shit up right now.
横暴だな。あまねはみんなのあまねだよ。
Oh my god.
そう思うのは勝手ですけどね。それで私のあまねに何かご用でも？
意外と独占欲が強いな、君。まあいいさ。トイレを作るんだろ？さっき部長が来て、手が空いている者がいたらあまねを手伝えって言われてきたんだよ。
I just can't with this right now.
いいさ、どうせ暇だしね。することがないと落ち込むばかりだ。これは私だけかもしれないけど、体を動かしている方が苦痛を感じないし、何もしないでいる方が疲れるんだよ。
Gage.
というわけで、あまねを借りていくよ。悪いね、風見。
わかりました。くれぐれも大切に扱ってくださいね。
あ、カズキ。いいんだよ。いつもそばにいる便利な女だと思われていると苦労ばかりが増えるよ。たまには距離を置くのも悪くはないさ。
Isn't it the absence makes the heart grow fonder? That's the line, right?
はい。
The last few days, both Captain Sakashita and Mr. Ochi had been absent from the camp more often than not. They were supposedly investigating the forest, but we hadn't gotten much specific information about what that involved. Huh, I'm sure I probably know what they're doing out there. With our teacher, the team's official figurehead, and the captain, its true leader, both absent, the majority of the group looked to Kazami Kazuki for orders. To be perfectly honest, there were a considerable number of people who openly scowled at the idea of accepting instructions from an arrogant, sharp-tongued freshman. But by nature, people turn to competence over formal authority in times of crisis. And it was simply a fact that our efficiency as a group increased when command of the camp passed from Captain Sakashita to Kazuki. She carefully assessed everyone's personality and skills and assigned them appropriate jobs, placing a moderate responsibility on every individual's shoulders. Through her consistent distribution of tasks, we had all naturally become aware of our roles, quickly learning to bring certain tasks to certain people without her direct intervention. She created a framework that enabled us to be productive. This toilet construction operation was a good example. Kazuki didn't stand on the sidelines directing us, but her initial planning divided us into our teams. One group dug the hole, one group repurposed a chair from the bus into a seat, and one group focused on creating a sturdy roof that wouldn't leak in heavy rain. And she designed a clear procedure for the job, with logical, easy-to-remember steps carefully tuned to compensate for our small number of workers. By following her instructions, we managed to finish the job rather quickly. The completed toilet wasn't much to look at, granted. In fact, it was unmistakably a ramshackle hut slapped together by novice carpenters. But it was functional enough. Of particular note was our makeshift septic tank, filled with gasoline extracted from the bus. As an effective countermeasure against flies, maggots, and other pests, it helped erase our concerns about creating a hub for transmitting disease. If Kazuki hadn't been here, I doubt we could have come up with that idea, much less implemented it. Given such clear displays of competence, even those who dislike Kazuki on a personal level were growing increasingly reliant on her leadership, although in some cases, only grudgingly and out of necessity. As the sun declined in the west and the fierce heat and humidity finally began to die down, I set about making weed soup using our meager allocation of rice and the vegetables we'd been able to gather in the forest. Today, the job was far larger than it had been at first. For quite some time, every pair had carefully prepared supper for themselves, probably out of paranoia about the possibility of having some of their food snatched secretly away. But for the last few days, I'd increasingly been assuming the role of the camp cook. I went along with the new responsibility easily enough, since I've been preparing meals for the wounded Hiruka and Sakurai all along. Increasing the quantity to feed more of the group wasn't really much of a hassle. I guess everyone finally figured, might as well just leave the cooking to the girl who grew up in a restaurant or something. Probably another effect of Kazuki's emphasis on efficiently dividing our workload. As I struck a fire under the primitive cooking furnace we constructed from moderately sized stones, the various pairs brought forward their mess kits, offering up all the ingredients they had on hand. Apart from the small quantities of rice and vegetables distributed at the beginning of the day, each aluminum rice cooker had a range of unidentifiable weeds and wild grasses picked from the forest. Today, there were quite a number of snails as well. Surprisingly, Komori had gathered most of the small, slimy creatures in an above-average quantity, although an extremely random assortment of vegetation to boot. She'd taken her pet dog into the forest and walked a good ways in, gathering anything that seemed even vaguely edible, then found her way back to the camp without a hitch. Apparently, the dog had memorized the way back by scent. After that first success, Komori made a daily habit of approaching Kazuki with random plants that caught her eye on such trips, asking which might be edible. When night came, our short-sleeved uniforms were, as always, inadequate protection against the chill air. Having finished our dinner, Kazuki and I set off for the large tent and half-forced Hiruka to eat. With that finished, we finally made our way to Captain Sakashita's tent, as we'd promised earlier in the day. She was waiting for us with Koide-senpai inside their tent, where a small candle provided some dim, flickering illumination.
こんばんは。
Kazuki offered a polite greeting, her tone of voice suggesting she'd just arrived fashionably late to a high society gathering. Captain Sakashita responded with a curt, "There you are," then glanced at Koide and gave a little jerk of her head, prompting her partner to leave the
ど
tent.
うぞ入って。
Oh, hi, Ben! Inviting us to sit with a sardonic, "Sorry, I can't offer you any tea," Captain Sakashita got right down to business before we'd even settled ourselves on the ground.
怪我人の様子は？
I knew you would end up seeing that one.
悪化はしていませんが、順調に回復しているとは言えません。
そう。
For one thing, Hiroka-san's broken legs wouldn't have fixed themselves in a few days under ideal circumstances. And Sakurai-senpai's abdominal wound was healing very slowly thanks to her worsening state of malnutrition and the absence of antibiotics to fight her infection. As an added misery, the intense heat and humidity had left her with a painful skin condition. Even the comparatively light wounded Kaneda's health needed to be monitored closely, given the poor sanitary conditions of the camp. The last few humid days, she'd been complaining about her wound's constant itchiness. We warned her repeatedly not to scratch, but she had nonetheless picked up a troublesome habit of sticking twigs under her bandage and tearing at the stitches. And apart from those who'd been wounded in the crash, many of the healthy girls were beginning to show increasingly advanced symptoms of malnutrition. Faces were swelling noticeably as our vitamin deficiencies grew more pronounced. Some girls had begun to complain of minor ailments. To be honest, we were past the point of monitoring the situation closely. It was slowly but surely crumbling before our eyes. Captain Sakashita listened to the summary from the start to finish in silence. When it was over, she again answered with a brief, "I see." After a moment, she leaned forward to look into Kazuki's face and spoke, and for a moment, I disbelieved my ears.
つまり、彼女たち怪我人は無駄飯ぐらいというわけね。
Wow, what a bitch.
それは。
With a start, I realized why Captain Sakashita had driven Koide from the tent. Whatever the circumstances, she was our leader. And in speaking those words, she had just betrayed that responsibility. Maybe we'd all thought the same, in some dark corner of our mind, but no one had voiced that ugly thought. And now, the captain had coolly thrown it out into the open. She understood as well as we did that a quiet, crippling pessimism regarding the food situation had begun to spread among the group. If we were to continue on these meager rations, the currently able-bodied girls would eventually be reduced to invalids. Without adequate nourishment, our physical strength would be drained, sapping us of the energy to work. And with our bodies weakened, disease would spread all too easily around the camp. Simply by existing, the wounded were acting as a heavy drain on our precious supply of food. Their presence was reducing everyone else's ration. Ultimately, this might soon give rise to more sick people, exponentially worsening the problem. When we weigh the lives of the wounded and the healthy against each other, the former will always be lighter on the scales. In this harsh environment, that pragmatic calculation felt all the more obvious. We don't have the elbow room to be handing out rations to those who can't work. The captain's argument was coherent enough, and I understood that she had little choice but to approach our situation with conservative caution. But nonetheless, her words sounded like a betrayal, a justification for unburdening ourselves of a load that grown troublesome to carry, an excuse to abandon our friends and save ourselves.
私にずる賢く生きろと言ったのは風見さん、あなたよ。
Not in that regard, though.
ええ、確かに。でも、ずる賢く生きるのと弱者を吊るし上げて嘘を垂らすのとでは意味が全然違います。
Yes, it is exactly petty
だ
escapism.
ったらあなたはその弱者の口をまかない切るだけの食料を持ち合わせているの？
いいえ、残念ながら。
口だけの綺麗事ならいくらでも言えます。あなたのいい人ごっこに付き合わされて日々体力を落とす部員たちの迷惑を少しは考えてみて。
Hi Nate, how are you doing today? Those spiteful words were all too clearly a deliberate act of revenge for Kazuki's insults this afternoon. Whether she was at a loss for words or simply too exasperated to speak wasn't clear, but Kazuki offered no reply other than a short, tired little sigh. I'd long before decided to keep my silence and leave this conversation entirely to Kazuki, but all of a sudden, I found myself unable to suppress the need to object.
それはあんまりですよ。怪我人は餓死するまで見殺しなんですか？
そうは言っていない
I'm alright. Just a bit scatterbrained today. For the first time in the conversation, the captain turned to me. She'd grown gaunt in recent days, leaving her cheekbones so prominent that her eyes seemed to have sunken in her face. It made her grim gaze seem all the more severe.
配給の優先度を下げるといっただけで一切の食事を与えないわけではないわ。もちろん今後も適度な量を配給します。どうせ動けないのだからお腹もあまり減らないのでしょ。
それは違います。
There was another reason Hiroku-san had refused to eat that afternoon, and with the construction of the toilet, that problem had been eliminated. We could simply help her to the toilet seat and let her relieve herself in privacy, removing the biggest psychological roadblock to her recovery.
いいのよ、アマネ。部長の言い分も決して間違いではないのよ。
でも、
広岡さんには私の分の配給を分配します。それなら文句はないでしょ。
なぜ私に確認するのかしら。あなたの食料なのだからあなたが勝手にすればいいわ。
This captain's a pain in the ass.
ではそうします。
Kazuki leaned forward in a very slight bow as she stood. Lightly speaking the words, "Let's return," in my general direction, she abruptly left the tent.
待ってよ、カズキ。
はい、何？
We have a Tortuga in chat.
何じゃないよ。どうして何も言い返さないの？
言うだけ無駄だと思ったからよ。
そんなの、私はカズキのことだから絶対に食ってかかると思っていたし、いつもみたいに文句の一つも言って強引に丸め込めばよかったのに。
あなた何を言っているの？文句というのは相手の言動や態度が間違っていたり正しかったとしても気に入らない時につけるものよ。それ以外の時に口にする言葉のことは難癖というの。覚えておきなさい。
なんだよそれ。全然納得できないよ、カズキ。
言ったでしょ。部長の言っていることも間違いではないのよ。
だからって怪我人の食事を減らすなんて間違ってるよ。
だから私の食事を分けてあげるんじゃない。ノープロブレム。 全然ノープロブレムじゃないよ。忘れてるかもしれないけど、和樹だって怪我人なんだよ。分かってるって。何をどう分かってるっていうのさ。やっぱり今からでも部長に行って考え直してもらおうよ。
There is no. She will not reconsider.
こんなの間違ってるって和樹が文句を言えば絶対なんとかなるし、言うだけ言ってみようよ。いやあね、あなたの口ぶりではまるで私が何にでも噛みつく
What am I getting bonked for? What the heck, Phantom?
私だって世の中すべての間違いに文句をつけるわけではないのよ。そうかな。
Personally, I kind of had this image of Koski waving a battle flag emblazoned with the words, "We must correct the world" on some vague battlefield. Then charging forth at the head of the vanguard, all Jeanne d'Arc style. I think of Jeanne d'Arc, I think of fucking Azurlane. Like, I just imagine the freaking, like, character design of her just, like, right as it popped up. Oh my god, I hated it. Why does my brain always go to Azurlane when it comes to warships? God damn it. By the way, light cruiser. For Iris, was it Iris Libre? Or was it the Vikia Dominion? I can't remember. Leading a glorious crusade across the mistake-riddled modern age.
私ほど間違いに寛大な女はいないわよ。考えてもごらんなさいな。私が坂下部長に、あなたなぜ生まれてきたのと質問しているところを見たこと
And
があ
yes,
る。
I'm still awake. Perfectly awake. This is fine. This is fine. This is totally fine. I'm not sleep deprived, you are.
ないけど。ちょっと待って。今なんかさらっとものすごいこと言わなかった？
That kind of sounded like an indirect way of implying that girl should never have been born to me.
慈悲深くも寛大な私の資料を理解できたのなら、さっさとテントに戻りましょう。そろそろ眠くなってきたわ。
Yes, there is a community goal going on that if you get to 400,000 points, I will do a playthrough of Dark Souls 1. Why do I do this to myself?
和樹ってさ、そういうとこマイペースだよね。
Oh, better yet, why did Michael do this to me? The shit wasn't even on sale. He's just like, here. I get to torture you now. It was already past 9 p.m. I looked up through the trees to the sky, empty except for the bright moon and twinkling stars. The helicopter we'd seen for a few brief moments on the second day had been absent ever since. I strained my ears, but heard only the chirping of bugs. No cars running on the road above. Nothing. Why hasn't anybody noticed? There's a group of girls right down here, suffering so much. I was seized by the meaningless desire to scream for help at the moon, but I knew I'd only be making my throat hoarse. That early summer night, only the lonesome voices of insect echoed through the rocky valley. The 8th day in the valley. Rain fell in the night, and the morning was cold. My chilled hand trembled slightly as I wrote. Come to think of it, was there even a point to keeping this diary in the first place? Thinking about it would always drain me of the will to write, but I never found an excuse to quit either. My pen moved mechanically across the pages. Speaking of, I forgot to journal this morning. Whoops. Fortunately, the rain had stopped before today's morning muster. Perhaps I'd become used to being drummed out of bed at the same time every morning, as recently as I was waking up naturally 15 minutes before 6. For the first few days, it had been difficult to sleep at night because of my hunger. But by now I was sleeping like a stone, and fasting at night actually seemed to make waking up in the mornings easier. That said, getting out of bed once awake was growing increasingly difficult. I had no choice but to spend 15 minutes in bed, waiting for my blood pressure to rise until I could stand up without instantly becoming lightheaded. This morning, Professor Kazami's tour of inspection proceeded as usual. The valley was shrouded in a cold, damp mist. As we made our way around the examination line, many of the girls were swaying unsteadily on their feet, their bodies still not fully awake.
おはよう、いぶきさん。今朝の体調はどうかしら？
まあ、ぼちぼちです。
疲れた顔をしているわね。私たちがここへ来て今日で何日目だったかしら？
8日目？
そう、8日目。今朝は寒いわね。 昨日と比べてどっちが寒い？
昨日はそんなに寒くなか
Well,
った
I
と
mean, yeah,
思
it
う
is
け
the
ど、
month of August.
むしろ暑かったぐらいで。
ええ、そうね。お母様はお元気？今年でおいくつになられたのかしら？
何急に。
いいから教えてくださらない？
母は、多分元気。
この子の名前は？
Kazuki grabbed my arm and pulled me over.
あまね。
名字を教えてくれる？スオーよ。だいぶ疲れが溜まっているみたいね。無理もないわ。私たちがここへ来て今日で何日目だったかしら？考えるのが面倒になった？でも考えて、今日は何日目？あらびっくり。ウェルニッケ脳症かしら？
Smiling brightly, Kazuki leaned over and softly whispered into my ear.
今から言うことをメモして。
I hastily brought my pen to the memo pad. Chronic Wernicke's encephalopathy. I don't know how to pronounce this. Signs of severe memory loss. Serious vitamin B1 deficiency. We knew it was a vitamin deficiency. We knew it had grown serious, but that diagnosis wasn't much good to us. We didn't have any needles, and more importantly, we didn't have any dietary supplements to fill them with. Of course, a dietetic regimen with lots of pork, liver, and milk would have done the job just as well, but we didn't have enough food to satisfy even our basic caloric requirements. The only thing we could do for Ibuki was give her an encouraging thump on the shoulder.
耐えろ。
And express the hope her youthful resilience would pull her through. None of this was limited to Ibuki Haruna either. The majority of the group was beginning to suffer from vitamin deficiencies. Light fever, joint pains, and shortness of breath were widespread. After our standard round of inspections came to an end, everyone dragged themselves right back to their tents. The morning was unpleasantly cold, and the pervasive sense of physical exhaustion didn't help either. Nobody wanted to wander off into the humid forest, where the chilly fog hung thick as a cloud. By the time noon rolled around, the temperature had risen dramatically, and people began to crawl out of their stuffy tents in search of cool air. For another thing, we needed to dry our sleeping bags and mats in the sun, as they'd grown damp from the humid night air and our sweat. Blech, words. Like the others, I pulled the bedding out of our tent, spreading them out on a long, flat rock nearby. Naturally, I took Kazuki's as well. We have an ad break here in like less than 3 minutes. I began to beat the sleeping bags with a tree branch, dust and dead mites flying out in little clouds with every impact. My stomach growled miserably at the exercise. Just as Kazuki declared yesterday, she'd begun to add much of her rations to Hiruka's meals. Of course, this was being kept secret from Hiruka-san herself. At this rate, Kazuki wouldn't last long. When I told her I was worried, she'd laughed off my worries with some cliche about starving samurai making particularly leisurely use of their toothpick. Then added that a leader doesn't need to eat, they just need to act like they're eating. The words had given me a bit of a start. It was certainly true that everyone was relying on Kazuki, but I was surprised she'd come to think of herself as a leader. All of a sudden, I heard someone shouting in a clearly angry tone of voice, and my hand stopped in mid-swing. Sound carries well through humid air. The bellowing voice of our team's advisor, Mr. Ochi, reverberated impressively around the rocky valley.
盗んだのは誰だ？俺の荷物から食料を盗んだ者は正直に名乗り出ろ！
The fact that you had food in your luggage, my dude. I didn't understand the exact details, but apparently someone had stolen food from Mr. Ochi's personal belongings. In the distance, I saw him lifting his rucksack high in the air, his face flushed red with anger. Glancing around the area, I found the others who had left their tents fixedly studying the ground, carefully avoiding eye contact with our teacher. Kaneda-senpai, still focused on scraping out the burnt grains of rice stuck in the corners of her cooker, softly mumbled, "What a joke," without even raising her head.
誰なんだ？今正直に名乗り出れば処分を考えないでもないぞ。
先生の勘違いじゃないんですか？
そんなことはない。
一体何がなくなったというんですか？
それは
It kind of is important, hello? Mr. Ochi stumbled awkwardly over his words. From the looks of things, the missing food had probably been something he'd hidden away instead of contributing to the common stock.
とにかくこの中の誰かが盗んだのは間違いないんだ。
Even now, his shouts bore the righteous, authoritative tone of a scolding teacher. Though we weren't in the classroom, his students responded only with irritated scowls. Of course, I also furrowed my brow at Mr. Ochi's actions. No matter how much he bellowed, it was perfectly obvious the culprit wasn't going to come forward. And in doing so, he was planting the idea of stealing from others in the minds of all the girls who'd been honestly enduring their hunger until now. So if I get hungry, I can just steal food from someone, right? As long as I keep my mouth shut, nobody's going to find out, and it looks like everybody else is doing it anyway. The only thing Mr. Ochi was accomplishing with this tirade was sowing seeds dangerous thoughts in the back of our minds. Oh, hi, Mioren. When the single carrot went missing from Koide-senpai's tent earlier, Kazuki had skillfully concealed the incident in order to avoid this exact situation. Now it was all for naught. Alright, we're gonna pause here real quick, and we're gonna pop over to our BRB screen since ad break is about to start here in a few seconds. I will see you all once the ad break is finished. Okay, Phantom, no worries. Good night. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. The coding has driven you into utter insanity. Oh no. That's not good. Alright, let's go ahead and close out of this. Now that ad break is actually over with. Let's turn autopilot off. That should technically have been our last ad break for the day, I believe. No, actually, no. We have one more. One more! Alright. We finished through this group of texts. Mr. Ochi's just freaking flipping his shit because somebody stole his stash of food that nobody knew about. Without a doubt, this problem would reoccur in the future. In order for people to live as human beings, 3 basic rules need to be respected. 1. Don't steal. 2. Don't destroy. 3. Don't kill. 3 broad principles that define the minimum standard of ethical behavior. And in our little community, one of those 3 had just been irrevocably broken. Oh my god. They say that liars often end up as thieves, but the opposite is just as true. When we become thieves, we begin to lie. Deceiving and deceived in turn, we snatch the food from each other's mouths. Before long, accusations fly, thefts become brazen, retaliatory. Fistfights break out. Oh, thank you, Nocturnal. In the end, some turn to outright violence, attacking others, destroying their property, taking what they want by force. All trust is lost. If things were to reach that stage, it would all be over. None of us would survive. We would destroy ourselves over scraps of food. Kazuki had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Words. That afternoon, I was in the forest with Kazuki, gathering edible plants, brooding on the morning's events. I'd long since lost track of how many times I'd asked her the question on my tongue, but I couldn't help myself.
ねえ、カズキ。私たち、これからどうなるのかな。14回目。あなたがその質問を私にした回数。いちいち数えてるの？この質問何回目だっけと聞かれたら答えてあげようと思って。
And Kazuki's reply too was the same repetitive phrase as always. What will be, will be. There's no way to know how this will end. She certainly seemed fond of it, but to be honest, I'd always thought it was a bit of a non-answer. Certainly didn't make me feel much better.
越智先生は明日ここを出ていくそうよ。出ていくってどうして？数日かけて周辺を調べて、なんとか下山できそうな目処が立ったそうよ。
Apparently, having finally decided just yesterday to leave and get help, Mr. Ochi had been preparing for his departure this morning. During this process, he noticed the hidden food had gone missing from his rucksack.
先生が隠し持っていたのは、合宿の夜にこっそりと楽しんでいた晩酌で、ビールのつまみにと用意していたミニサラミだったらしいわね。サラミか。
An Italian sausage, ground pork seasoned with spices and cured by drying. Preserved food like that would make for ideal rations, as it doesn't go bad easily. You could slice it up thinly and drop it on pizza, or maybe mince it and mix it into a big plate of pasta. Just imagining the spicy, salty taste left my mouth overflowing with drool.
誰が取ったのかな。それは重要な問題じゃないわ。越智先生としては誰も名乗り出なかったのがショックだったみたいね。もう限界だって泣きそうな顔をしていたわ。
Mr. Ochi's kind of sus to me anyway.
そっか。
From the beginning, Mr. Ochi had said he wasn't really cut out for this job. As for why, apparently he simply had a hard time dealing with women in general. Given that his job involved corralling girls at the most emotional stages of adolescence, he found the experience immensely nerve-wracking at the best of times. And now, of all things, he was living under terrible conditions with a pack of desperate girls, increasingly crushed under the pressure of their excessive expectations. Really, it was hardly surprising he'd want to make a break for it as soon as humanly possible.
先生がいなくなったら私たちどうなるんだろう。
Chaos and ruin. I mean, what?
こういう言い方は先生に対して甚だ失礼だとは思うけれど、体制に影響はないと思うわよ。
To be sure, Mr. Ochi was never exactly a powerful presence. Even during our normal team activities, I'd always thought of him as more of a cushion between the official authority of the school and the day-to-day management, which had almost entirely handled by our team captain. Or which was almost. Still, we had more faith in him than that might suggest. He was an adult with a legal responsibility to us, and as a man, he was better physically equipped to handle certain jobs. His presence here had been subtly reassuring in its way, allowing us to slip back into the comfortingly passive role of students. And while he wasn't much for stopping our fights, the fact that a teacher was watching acted as a significant check on our behavior. If Mr. Ochi were to leave the camp tomorrow, we'd lose our only real authority figure. Wasn't there a chance his departure could become the spark that would set off a descent into something uglier?
不安だよ、和樹。大丈夫よ。もしもの時は私があなたを守ってあげるから。ね。
You'd think she was an elder sister calming a frightened younger sibling. Her words were immensely reassuring, but also inspired something very close to shame. It felt as though I'd just forced another responsibility onto Kazuki's overburdened shoulders out of nothing more than pathetic weakness. My face crumpled bitterly, and I could feel tears building behind my eyes.
もしもの時って？もしもの時はもしもの時。多くは想定外の好ましくない事態に遭遇した状況を指してそう呼びます。これ以上まだ状況が悪くなるってこと？まあなるでしょうね。でも心配はいらないわ。もしも何かを犠牲にしなければあなたを守れないという状況になったら、私は全てを犠牲にしてでもあなたを守るから、全然大丈夫。愛してるわ。嬉しいけど大丈夫だよ。私自分の身は自分で守るから。あら本当？実は私も自分のことで精一杯な部分もあって、そうしてもらえるとすごく助かるわ。
Kazuki was just affirming my own words, but for some reason it felt like she was abandoning me. All of a sudden, there was a dull pain in my chest.
大丈夫よ。あまねは強い子だから。ね。
That's right. I can't let myself stay dependent on Kazuki forever. I wanted her words to be true. I wanted to be strong. Strong enough to help her, strong enough to protect her, strong enough to be necessary to her. If I couldn't be strong now, I had the feeling I'd be weak forever. Always hiding behind the protection of others. Helpless and worthless until the end of my days. Hey, look, more rain! The 9th day in the valley. The morning of Mr. Ochi's departure from the camp was, unfortunately, a rainy one.
先生、どうかお気をつけて。
With the exception of the immobile Hiroku-san, everyone gathered in the drizzling rain to see our teacher off. Mr. Ochi stood before us, a heavy rucksack on his back, impassive to the water running down his glasses. It felt as though I was looking at a young officer about to head off for the front lines. As a matter of fact, there had been some vaguely sarcastic jokes yesterday about making him one of those 1,000-stitch belt good luck charms the Imperial soldiers used to take to war. But no matter how unreliable Mr. Ochi had been as a teacher, everyone quietly recognized that he was now our only visible glimmer of hope. 10 members of the basketball team had survived the fall. Our belts would have come up a good 990 stitches short. Not to say that we sent him off completely empty-handed, although our gift was less sentimental and more practical. When the rain began to fall this morning, we hastily cut apart trash bags to create a makeshift poncho. These had been a virtual necessity on rainy days, especially before we constructed the toilet, so we had the hang of making them by this point. The poncho offered some protection from the rain while allowing free use of both arms, for a short time at least. It would keep out the wet and prevent your body temperature from falling too dramatically. That said, in the end, it was a pretty flimsy thing. And on a cosmetic level, it was not only distinctly ugly, it made an irritating rustling sound every time you took a step. Nonetheless, Mr. Ochi accepted it with a sincerely grateful thank you.
では行くよ。必ず助けを呼んでくる。それまでなんとか生き延びてくれ。
With those brief words, Mr. Ochi turned his back on us and immediately began to walk off. Lingering for a long farewell would have been a waste of daylight hours. Once inside the forest, the thick tree canopy would block out most of the sun's light. We knew all too well how poor his visibility would be in this rain, which would soon transform the jungle into a misty, unfamiliar labyrinth. Of course, some suggested postponing any action until the weather improved, But if we delayed over the rain, it felt entirely possible we'd keep finding excuses to put off that first step. Maybe tomorrow it would be too hot, or somebody would feel too sick. Before long, sheer inertia would glue us to our comfortable sleeping bags. Because he understood that, Mr. Ochi had made the firm decision to leave today, regardless of the conditions. We watched him marching bravely down toward the forest, unable to keep the unease from our faces. If we'd had little rising sun flags to flap around, we wouldn't have looked out of place in a 60-year-old photograph. But unlike the relatives of those doomed soldiers, our anxiety was accompanied by an undercurrent of guilt. We weren't afraid for our teacher's well-being. We were worried about our own uncertain future.
先生、大丈夫かな?
The words spilled spontaneously out of my mouth. Sakuma-senpai, who'd been standing at my side throughout the little ceremony, glanced over.
まあ正直、あまり期待しない方がいいね。
Sakuma's tone of voice was resigned, almost detached. The first to respond was Ibuki, who had been standing at her partner's side, her limbs shivering in the cold rain.
私たちの食料、半分も持って行ったんですよ。買い出してくれなきゃ困りますよ。
Kaneda-senpai, as always scratching vigorously away at the bandage on her forehead, gave a little snort of laughter at Ibuki's words.
あれでも一応大学時代はテニス部だったんでしょ? 体力はあるんじゃないの?
Too innocent, my ass. Next in line stood Komori-san, her miniature dog's face peeping out from the neck of her school uniform.
どうしてテニス部だった人がバスケ部の顧問やってるんでしょう?
At Komori's other side, Sakura was pressing her hands against her stomach wound, bending over slightly to shield it from the rain. As the conversation seemed to be moving neatly down the line, she tentatively opened her mouth and spoke.
大学のテニス部って要は女の子目当てのナンパな男子が集まる部でしょ? 冬はスキー部になったりする感じの。
Apparently amused to hear these words from the normally meek and refined Sakura-senpai, Kazuki chuckled lightly at her side. Oh my god, words.
その認識で間違ってないところが悲しいわね。
Her eyes fixed on Mr. Ochi as his figure grew small in the distance. Koide-senpai responded to Kazuki's words with an anxious frown.
本当？大丈夫なの？
Now that he had set forth, there was nothing more we could do either way. It was in the hands of fate now. Sakuma-senpai gave a wry little snort. Lately, her prowess at playing cards had allowed her to push most of her chores onto others, and her attitude was getting increasingly irreverent as her leisure time grew.
あとはもう運布天賦に任せるしかないね。分の悪い賭けだけど、賭けってのはその方が面白いよ。
Clearly irritated by Sakuma's flippant tone, Captain Sakashita finally broke her silent vigil.
遊びじゃないのよ。くだらない冗談を言っている暇があるなら他にやるべきことがいくらでもあるでしょ?
はいはい、ごめんよ。
Sakuma's typically indifferent response earned her a brief, withering glare. After a moment, the captain turned sharply on her heel and stalked off toward her tent without another word. Heaving a small sigh at this abrupt departure, Koide gave a light nod of acknowledgement to Kazuki, then trotted off to follow her partner.
なんかさ、坂下を見てると、こういう状況でも怒鳴り散らすだけの人間がどれだけ惨めかって思い知らされるよね。彼女を見ていると、しっかりしなきゃって逆に落ち着いてくるよ。そういう意味では、いい反面教師だ。
Ah, no. No! Obeying someone simply because they outshout any voices of opposition is the height of foolishness. Over the days we'd spent here, that realization had sunk deeply into our very bones. At moments like these, everyone's gaze would naturally settle on Kazuki. They turned to a freshman, a small girl no taller than 150 centimeters, with eyes of absolute trust. The third years among us were no exception. The vaguely rebellious Sakuma seemed to have concluded in characteristically happy-go-lucky style that, when Kazami's around, life's a lot easier. And having essentially entrusted her life to Kazuki as a patient, Sakura-senpai had even begun to politely address her with an honorific.
言い方はどうあれ、坂下部長の言葉に間違いがないのも事実です。寒暖じみたぶちり合いをしている暇があれば、食べ物を探しましょう。
There was no changing the fact that we'd given half of our already meager stockpile to Mr. Ochi. From today on, our meals would be all the more grimly austere. Even so, he'd only taken enough food for 2 days, along with 2 liters of sterilized water in plastic bottles. From a simple estimate of the calories he'd be consuming and burning, he'd last 4 days at the longest. Although Mr. Oji had estimated that 3 days of consistent progress would bring him to human habitation, we all knew perfectly well that he wouldn't be able to simply stroll straight through that forest. But he himself was probably more familiar with that harsh reality than any of us, so we kept our silence.
この雨の中森に入るのか。何言ってんですか。どうせ森に入ってもフラフラしてるだけで全然働かないくせに。仕方がないよ。私は貴族だからね。一つお願いがあるんですけど、いいですか。なんだい？言ってごらんよ。一度本気で殴らせてください。
It's like, can I just punch you in the face? Just one time. That's all it takes.
それで君の気が晴れるのならそうするといい。あまり痛くしないでもらえると助かるかな。
だから髪に触らないでください。
Partially slapping aside Sakuma Senpai's hand, Ibuki stamped off towards the forest alone. Watching her partner go, Sakuma spread her arms, turned her palms to the sky, and offered an exaggerated shrug of the shoulders to no one in particular. But soon enough, she followed without a word. All said and done, they were a friendly pair. Fiddling with her rain-wet bandage as she brushed her hair out of her eyes, Kaneda-senpai turned to address her partner, Komori. Staring down at the dog nestled against her chest, Komori-senpai answered in an apologetic tone of voice.
またかよ。なんかその犬、雨が降るとすぐ体調崩すよね。やっぱあれか？湿度が高いと前髪が決まんなくて超下げなんですけどみたいな感じになるのかね。
まさかそれはないと思いますけど。
Far-fetched? I don't know, maybe.
私が行くからさ、あんたは犬と一緒にテントで待ってな。
すみません。
Kaneda set off with broad strides, apparently trying to play up her self-assigned role as the manly big brother of the household. Komori hurried off as well, leaning over the dog in her uniform to shield it from the elements. Well then, what about us? When I was glanced over in Kazuki's direction, I was surprised to find Sakura-senpai still loitering quietly by her side. When our eyes met, Sakura gave me a gentle... I hate how this... Gave me a gentle smile, then cocked her head slightly to one side as if to say, is something the matter? I was gonna say, why isn't it letting me click anywhere?
今までの恩返しもありますし、できれば食材探しに私も参加させてもらえればと。それは助かりますけど、大丈夫なんですか？はい、お腹の怪我ももうだいぶ良くなってきましたし。
Yeah, but sometimes it gets better before it gets worse.
ダメよ。
でも
気持ちはわかるしありがたいけれど、今無理をすればまた悪化するわよ。桜井さんはテントに戻って広岡さんについていてあげてください。
つまんない。
食材探しだって別に楽しくはないわ。もともとあなたは体が丈夫ではないのだし、おとなしく私の言うことを聞きなさい。
はーい。今の何？
くしゃみよ。
でも今ペキュって言ったよ。
一見すると欠点が少ないように見える桜井さんだけれど、どうにもくしゃみが変なのよね、この人。
Reminds me, I used to squeak when I would sneeze.
気にしてるのに。
いいからさっさとテントに戻りなさい。この上風邪をひいたりしたらまた私の仕事が増えるじゃないの。
I don't know. People used to just be like, Mandals, why do you sneeze like that? Are you just doing that for attention? And she's like, no. I'm just simply sneezing. Like, what do you want from me? Smiling sweetly, Sakurai patted Kazuki on the head, then obediently walked off toward her tent, that is, the large tent where Hiroko-san was waiting.
桜井先輩美人だね。そうね、性格もおとなしいし、本当に欠点の少ない人。
No one sneezes, sneezes don't exist.
お腹が出るような水着は着れないと思うけれど。そっか。
As she watched Sakurai-senpai walk away, her thin arms shielding her stomach, Kazuki's profile betrayed a hint of sadness. Sakurai's parents had probably been planning to bring their daughter into the world of show business sooner or later. What would they think when they saw that wound across her belly? An ugly, jagged, dark red gash, discharging pus faster than we could clean and disinfect it. Would they be overjoyed their daughter had at least survived or hurt by her misfortune?
私たちも行きましょう。そうだね。
When I stared down at the misty jungle, I could see the indistinct shapes of human beings wriggling into the trees in search of sustenance. We were stumbling in fog, nothing to guide us, nothing but the unknown ahead, clawing desperately for survival. How long would this go on? How long until fortune smiled on us? How long until we could rest? What will be, will be. There's no way to know how this will end. For now, we just need to do what we can. For now, those words were still enough to keep my feet moving, but I was beginning to feel that the limits of my endurance might be approaching. Even so, as Kazami Kazuki made her way down the valley, the only thought in my mind was to follow her. By now, I'd stopped even considering any other course of action. Oh, that's some heavy-ass rain. Thank you for the hydrate posture check and stretch, by the way. The 10th day in the valley.
また雨だ。もううんざり。雨が降ると途端に体がだるくなる。頭が重い。テントの中にいても雨はどんどん染み込んでくるし、慢性化した湿気が原因なのか、苔だかカビだかの青臭いような匂いがますます濃くなってくる。ここ数日の雨の様子はほとんど梅雨の様相だ。今度の雨は相当にしつこい。当分やみそうもない。テントを叩く雨粒の
Oh,
音
that
で、
sucks. So
なん
much
となく
rain.
そうわかる。梢の隙間を伝って育った大きな雨粒がテントに当たる音は不規則で、ずっと聞いているとイライラしてくる。もはや口癖のように、ああお腹が空いたと私が口にすれば、最近の和樹は眉を寄せる。そんなこと言われなくても分かっているわと機嫌が悪くなるのだ。それでも私が空腹を訴え続ければ、最後にはうるせえ、寝ちまえとそんなことを言い出す。ちょっと、私はそんなことを言った覚えはないわよ。
She was thinking out loud, wasn't she?
私は動く必要のない時には眠るのも立派な仕事よと言っただけでしょ。やだな、和樹。勝手に私の日記を読まないでよ。読んでないわよ。あなたが日記を書きながらそれを声に出して勝手に私に聞かせていたんでしょ。
She's lost her marbles with whatever was left.
自覚なし。重症ね。気をつけなさい、あまね。まるで一人でブツブツと文句を言いながら料理をするとんかつ屋の主人みたいで気持ち悪いわよ。何それ。よくわかんないけど、人の顔を真剣に見つめてキモいとか言わんといてもらえる？へこむわ。ほら、私が捕まえたカタツムリをあげるから、これでも食べて元気を出しなさい。
Ew, snail.
もうでんでん虫飽きた。っていうか、虫以外のものが食べたいよ。カタツムリは陸外よ。まあ貝は虫じゃないのかと言われると微妙なのだけれど、それよりあまね。
Kazuki pointed to her cheek with one finger, as if to tell me I had a grain of rice stuck to the corner of my mouth. After a brief moment of confusion, I brought my hand up to my face. My fingers quickly found something slimy on my cheek. That is to say, a leech. I'd grown exceptionally tough-minded about this sort of thing. Another leech wasn't going to get a scream out of me this late in the game. Carefully peeling the creature off my cheek, I held it between the fingertips of both hands, dug my nails into its body, and ripped it apart. This was another lovely side effect of the rain. Leeches had begun to find their way inside our tent. After waking up, peeling the bloodsuckers off my body was becoming the first part of my daily routine. First and foremost, I had to peel them off my eyelids. Next, the ones sticking to my neck, wrists, and ankles. The leeches seem to have a particular fondness for those points where the body grows narrow. Other than that, they'd also go for places where the skin was thin, the back of my knees and elbows, my armpits, my groin. There were even a few that burrowed in between my toes, as if trying to make themselves a cozy little nest. The first few times this happened, we'd shriek hysterically when we woke, but after a few days we'd lost the will to even moan. And either our bodies had developed a resistance to Hirudin, or we'd just gotten used to treating the bites, as the trickle of blood from the wounds would now stop only after an hour or so. Kazuki speculated our growing sodium deficiency might be affecting the salinity of our blood, but there was no way to tell for sure. As the day crept into evening without a break in the rain, Kazuki and I headed to the large tent in order to visit Hiroko-san and Sakura-senpai. Outside, I started the usual fire under the primitive stove, made the usual thin, watery weed soup, and boiled the usual bucket of hot water. With the gruel in my right hand and the hot water in my left, I made my way to the hospital tent. It was important to remember which was in which hands, since it was no longer obvious which was the water and which the gruel. Calling it gruel was a bit of a joke by this point. At a glance, it looked more like stone soup. Even so, since we were mixing in a bit of the rice distributed to Kazuki and me, the wounded Sakura and Hiroko were still eating slightly better than the rest of us.
お湯が沸いたよ。ありがとう、アマネ。そこの手ぬぐいを熱湯で消毒して、広岡さんの体を拭いてあげてくれる？うん、任せて。
Kazuki didn't turn around when I entered the tent. She was steadily unwinding the yellow-stained bandages from Sakura's stomach and removing the gauze from her wound to be replaced. We'd washed the gauze over and over in boiling water to the point it was beginning to blacken. It made for all the more striking a contrast against the yellow pus that permeated its surface. No matter how many times we carefully disinfected Sakura's laceration, the suppuration wasn't showing any signs of stopping. If we weren't in this situation, it surely wouldn't have been difficult to treat, but given our unsanitary conditions and utter lack of medical supplies, we simply couldn't stop the bacteria from multiplying. Honestly, it's raining. Be a good chance to maybe catch frogs or other upworms. It's not much maybe. Well, yeah, of course it'd be gross, but at least at that point they'd have some level of sustenance if that was actually a thing that happened in nature in the area that they're currently in. It's crazy. It's like it's one of the most unfortunate conditions to find themselves in, and it makes me really sad knowing that. Above all else, the patient wasn't getting the nutrition her body needed to fight its way to recovery. When I reached out for the dirty gauze in order to sterilize it for reuse, I noticed something squirming on its surface. Oh no. Maggots? Yup, it was a maggot. Thrashing its fat little body madly from within the depths of the pus that had soaked into the gauze. It almost seemed to be consciously trying to crawl back towards Sakurai's stomach.
こっちはいいから、広岡さんを。
Immersing the washcloth, a strip of cloth cut from an old t-shirt, in the hot water, I left it to soak and began to unbutton Hiroko-san's uniform. At first, she'd been quite embarrassed to be seen naked, but by now she submitted quietly without even squirming. She might simply have lost the energy necessary to feel shame. Hiroko-san's chest had withered dramatically since the first time I'd wiped her clean. Her ribs stood out distinctly against the surface of her skin. And that skin was mottled here and there with small white flecks. The small fuzzy little spots could be dusted off by hand. At first, I thought them to be something like cotton dust from her sleeping bag. But when I asked Kazuki, I learned for the first time that mold can grow on a living human body. Hiroko-san was covered in pale white mildew.
ちょっと待ってね。今熱いタオルで拭いてあげるから。私もう痛い。何？なんて？
Hidoka's dry, cracked lips were moving slightly. I lowered my ear to her mouth.
私もう死にたい。
大丈夫だよ。ちょっとカビが生えただけじゃん。
Scooping the washcloth out of the hot water with a pair of chopsticks, I waited for it to cool below scalding, then gave it a vigorous squeeze.
体中がかゆいの。気が変になりそう。もう嫌。
我慢して。今きれいにしてあげるから。
I dropped the moderately hot towel against Hiroka-san's body and began to wipe. The mold came off cleanly, but underneath there were innumerable angry, swollen red welts where fingernails had dug into her flesh.
書いちゃダメって言ったのに。
The more she scratched, the more she spread the mold across her body.
ごめんなさい。どうしても我慢できなくて。
Wide-scale, unrelenting itchiness is absolute torment. No matter how firmly you're told not to scratch, you'll unconsciously claw at your body while asleep. Hiroka-san's reflexive habit had grown so extreme that we'd actually tried binding her hands to prevent this. That night, she had woken the entire camp screaming. Writhing her body against her restraint, she had scraped her body against the hard ground, crying again and again for help.
ありがとう、スオさん。気持ちいい。
When I wiped her body clean, the itchiness would reduce at once. She described it as almost a blissful sensation. Even so, that comfort would last an hour or two at most. Once wrapped up in her sleeping bag, the itchiness would return as her body temperature began to rise. I was now making the time-consuming trip to wipe her clean many times a day.
ごめんね。面倒ばっかりかけて。本当にごめんなさい。
大丈夫だよ。そんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。体を拭いてあげるぐらいいつだってしてあげるから元気出してよ。
I would not be able to stay positive in a situation like this, especially with how many days it's been. If anything, it was bitterly sad to know there was nothing more I could do for her, no matter how hard I tried.
スオさん。私この恩は必ず返すから。
うん、そうして。そのためには絶対に生き残らないとね。
私死んでも絶対にこの恩を忘れないよ。
As she spoke, tears began to run in little streams down Hiroka-san's face.
だからそういうこと言わないの。大丈夫。死なないから。
Wiping a tear from Hiroka-san's cheek with the tip of my finger, I reflexively brought it to my mouth. Hiroka-san's tears were still salty. I was slightly envious of that. The 11th day in the valley. It was still raining. It had never stopped raining. There was nothing to do but sit around shivering and wait for the weather to clear. Doing nothing all day took a surprisingly heavy toll in its own right. After 10 minutes or so of aimless idleness, you'd be seized by an anxious, impatient need to do something. Anything. But it was impossible to step outside even briefly without being drenched in the downpour. The cold rain would drain your energy with terrifying swiftness, and once you got wet, you stayed that way. We knew it was dangerous to stay in soaked clothes, but we just didn't have the means to get them dry. The constant seeping rainwater had begun to corrode the thin material that made up the bottom of our tent. Lying down, even with the buffer of the sleeping mat, would leave our whole body sopping wet. We had no choice but to sit and wait. In the afternoon, the rain slowed to a heavy drizzle. I had just managed to get a cooking fire going when an eerie sound began to echo across the camp. Someone was singing loudly. It was unmistakably Ibuki's voice.
ついに行かれたか？
Kaneda laughed harshly, an ugly, contorted excuse for a smile on her face.
うるせえぞ！イブキ！
In an attempt to end the mournful, grimace-inducing dirge, Kaneda-senpai hurled a rock in Ibuki's direction. The stone fell a few feet short, and Ibuki turned in our direction to examine it. Her face was ghastly white. Her skin dull. It looked as though she had aged 20 years in the last few days. Picking up the muddy stone, Ibuki pressed it to her nose and sniffed curiously, apparently deciding it wasn't food. She tossed it casually aside and continued her song. Oh, hi, CM. How are you? When the world grows warped around you, those who can't bend simply break. While watching Ibuki caterwauling idly up at the rain cloud-filled sky as if to summon the sun, I wondered if derangement might sometimes be a blessing rather than a curse. How you doing, CM?
たまにああやっておかしくなるけど、しばらくすると普通に会話できるし、いつものブッキーに戻ってるんだよね。
Oh, you just finished work? Well, hey, at least you get to sit back and relax now.
需要不足らしいですよ。
いつかは私らもあんな風になるのかね。
金田先輩、ここへ来る前、ダイエットとかしてました？
Being soaked in clothes or being soaked butt naked? Yeah, right.
あにゃ？じゃあ、大丈夫じゃないですか？
Oh yeah, Once Human is now officially released, isn't it? From what Kazuki had told me, Ibuki had been repeatedly subjecting herself to severe gimmicky diets over the last few months, leaving her with chronic vitamin deficiencies. Since arriving here, that pre-existing condition had apparently worsened the effects of malnutrition on her body, giving rise to impaired brain function.
参っちゃうよね。うちの子守ももうだいぶやばい感じだよ。
Komori was still shut up in their tent, nursing her dog through a high fever. Apparently, she was feeding every scrap of her rations to the animal.
あいつの家和菓子屋じゃん。親は二人とも仕事で忙しくてめったに構ってもらえなかったみたいでさ。兄弟もいないあいつには犬が兄弟なんだよね。まあ、わかるけどさ。
No, jeez. Even as Kaneda spoke those carefully neutral words, her mouth was twisted with undisguised loathing. Her true feelings were written on her face. She unambiguously hated that feverish, immobile little dog. It was of no use to her, and so she wanted it to disappear. It was as simple as that.
みんなどんどん弱ってく。このまま私らみんな死ぬんだ。
I understood from the tone of her voice that this wasn't more of the usual gallows humor. I understood with such painful clarity that I wished she'd said nothing at all. Glancing up at the sky as the rain began to intensify yet again, I slowly picked myself up off my seat of rock. I can't take this. Couldn't we at least catch a break on this rain? It was adding insult to injury. Knowing full well that it was ridiculous, I did my best whiny preschooler impression and asked Kazuki to make the rain stop.
だから私は神様じゃないのよ。似たようなもんでしょ。
Everyone called Kazuki a witch. Well, except for the ones who called her a monster. In that case, a little rain magic shouldn't be too much to ask for, right? I mean, I knew it was idiotic, but asking is free. In response to my challenge, Kazuki closed both eyes and exhaled heavily through her nose, as if to say, "Oh, very well then." And lifting both arms towards the sky, she spoke to the heavens. To wit, "Oh rain, I command you to begone." An exceptionally half-hearted command that dissolved into an open-mouthed yawn at the end. Of course. I appreciated that she was considerate enough to play along with my nonsense, but if she was going to bother, couldn't she have at least pretended she was taking it seriously? But well, as it turned out, an hour or so after that, maybe. The rain really did come to a sudden stop. You had to laugh. Kazuki craned her neck back, idly gazing up as the clouds flowed peacefully by.
何でも試してみるものね。
That timing, though. And spoke characteristically impudent words in her characteristically sleepy voice. Staring at her face from the side, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The witch theory was seeming increasingly plausible. Oh, hi, Kissy. Not that, on reflection, I really cared if she was some sort of black magician. It'd be nice to have one on our side right about now. I can't read for shit today, oh my god. If I ask her to spirit everyone to safety for her next trick, I wonder what happened. Asking's free after all. I looked over at Kazuki, debating whether to throw this new challenge at her, but before I could decide, she stared up into my eyes and spoke.
全員は無理。そう言ったはず。
Yes, I've been relatively nice to myself today, so yes. It can't be every... Oh, wait. Never mind. That was Kazuki's line, not mine.
私が質問する前に答えを先に言うのはマナー違反だよ。
But yes, I have it set as a community goal for 400k channel points to be contributed so I can play Dark Souls 1. Or in this case, be tortured by chats while playing Dark Souls.
あなたは考えていることがすぐに顔に出るからわかりやすいのよね。
It can't be everyone. Her tone of voice was surprisingly breezy, but somehow also exceptionally firm. As if the outcome was set in stone. As if she was merely repeating an established fact. Kazuki's internal calculations must have established something very close to 100% possibility that more of us would die in this place. I repeatedly asked her about the details of her predictions, receiving only variations of the frustrating non-answer if I told you the future I've predicted would change. When I finally told her that changing this future sounded like a pretty good idea to me, she coolly replied, even if it would mean none of us survive at all, and I found myself at an utter loss for words. Well, maybe not utter. There's still one old reliable that came to mind. Thank you for the hydrate.
で
Don't look at me like that. I'm perfectly aware that I'm an idiot. You don't have to rub it in. Even now, Kazuki said the possibility of everyone surviving wasn't quite zero. By believing in those words, I could hold on to hope. If I had hope, I could find the strength to go on. Yeah, that's right. I have to be stronger than this. But it was hard. It was very hard. A full 2 days had passed since Mr. Ochi left the camp, and as always, there were no signs of rescuers active nearby. Naturally, our teacher hadn't returned either. Is Mr. Ochi lying dead in a ditch somewhere? Maybe he's gotten to some safe place and just abandoned us here? What do we do if he never comes back? Amid a flurry of aimless speculation, we passed the days waiting for help to arrive. They didn't come today, but they'll definitely come tomorrow. They didn't come today either, but they'll probably come tomorrow. Mr. Ochi said he'd get help no matter what when he left here. Not even half the group really believed it. But even so, somewhere deep down every one of us was clinging to that glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, he'd save us all. Looked into a bit, it depends on the type of clothing it is and the weather conditions. Both being naked and clothed while soaked have their ups and downs. One example is if naked, you won't get a rash from the irritation of wet clothes rubbing on you. Yeah, that's one of the major ones. But at the same time, either way you put it, no matter if you're naked or even clothed while soaking wet, you still run the risk of getting sick regardless. That maybe grew feebler by the day, eroded by cruel reality. Even as we came to understand that waiting would only bring us a slow death, we clung to that shred of hope, piling speculation upon speculation. We built excuses out of sand. We convinced ourselves it was too early to decide. We stayed where we were, and we waited for nothing. Trapped in oblivious lethargy, we lived for nothing but to avoid death. When our stomachs growled, we chewed on blades of grass and insects. When our throats were parched, we gulped from the first puddle of dirty water we saw. Naturally, it wasn't long before our stomachs turned violently against us. Somebody said chewing bamboo charcoal might be effective against diarrhea. Within hours, everyone's mouth was stained black. We searched and searched for anything edible. As long as it was digestible, we ate it. Anything and everything. The rest of our time was spent lying in our sleeping bags, stroking our cramping, weak stomachs as we pretended to sleep. If we were lucky enough to fall unconscious, there was a brief respite from the pain. This has just been a horrible experience. And to think Amane had to live through all of this. The 12th day in the valley. Lately, I was waking every morning from dreams of food. Walking in the forest, I come across a trailer cart with broken wheels. When I draw close and look over the edge, there's a huge cardboard box full of canned food just sitting inside. Not just full, bursting at the seams. There are dozens of cans in that box. Beef boiled with soy sauce and ginger, mackerel cooked in miso, even canned peaches and pineapples. Untucking my shirt to make a pouch, I cautiously load it full of cans, making sure to stay alert and keep an eye on my surroundings. If I bring all this back, everyone will be able to eat until our stomachs are bulging. What a fantastic windfall. The looks on their faces when I come back. Not to worry, we have a can opener. But seriously, what was a bike cart doing all the way up in the mountains in the first place? A moment after that, doubt flashes through my mind. I abruptly realize, oh, this is a dream. Anyway, I'll just take these back to camp now. Let's all gorge ourselves until we can't eat another bite. I tried to focus on that thought, but once the first realization hit, I could never manage to fall back into the illusion. Mostly, I would wake up with a start at this point. The instant my eyes opened, my stomach began gurgling violently, and the wrenching physical pain of it twisted my face into a miserable grimace. Even if it was a dream, I wish I'd at least taken a bite. When I wrapped up the story at this point, everyone would always laugh. You're such an idiot, Amane. I'd hide half the food. I'd give everybody one can, then hide the rest. I'd hide the whole stash and eat it in secret. The majority openly admitted something along these lines, then added with clear amusement that I was probably the only one stupid enough to come skipping right back without a second thought. It was now the 12th day. 12 days we'd spent living worse than stray dogs. Even among those who had been comparatively healthy, unmistakable symptoms of weakening were beginning to appear. The soft footsteps of death creeping steadily up behind us were growing impossible to ignore. Our nerves were rubbed raw from tension, our spirits timid and fearful. The first to be caught by our shadowy pursuer was Komori-san's pet. Komori-san's pet, Akun, the Shih Tzu. It wasn't a durable breed by nature, and what food we had simply wasn't suitable for a dog with a weak stomach. And so, having fallen into a high fever during the days of relentless rain, Alion simply never opened his eyes again. He died quietly early this morning. Kneeling in front of the lifeless body, flat on its side with limbs stiffly extended, Komori-san removed the collar from Alion's neck and wrapped it around her thin wrist. That dog had been like a brother to Komori, but she didn't break into loud wails over its corpse. Her strangled sobs forced their way out from behind clenched teeth, seeming all the more piteous for it. Nobody could find anything to say to her. After a time, someone mumbled about at least giving the animal a proper burial. Kazuki immediately raised an objection. We'd all been vaguely thinking it, but deeply ingrained social norms had kept us from admitting that even to ourselves. And yet, Kazuki had blurted it out almost casually.
食べるって犬をそうこの子に助けて
We have no room for morality here, people. We are in dire straits and starving to death. What do you expect to do? At Kazuki's typically cold words, every one of us sharply drew breath. Eat? Yes, there was nothing in the world we wanted to do more at this moment. The dog in front of us was nothing but a corpse. Now that it was dead, it was no longer a dog, it was meat. Would it be okay to eat a dog that died from sickness? It was Kazuki's suggestion, so presumably it was safe, but surely we couldn't start talking about this right in front of the grieving Komori-san, and this whole idea just felt so wrong. We all hesitated, the silence grew. To be honest, we wanted to eat it. But something inside us was still offering considerable resistance to the idea. Nobody could make up their own minds. All eyes settled on our last remaining formal authority figure, Captain Sakashita.
そうね。彼女の意見が正しいわ。食べましょう。
From the expression on the captain's face, those undeniably callous words must have tasted bitter in her mouth. Komori-san jerked her head up as if stung, then slowly turned from side to side, looking into our faces one by one. Everyone averted their eyes from Komori's tearful gaze, everyone except Kazuki, who met it firmly and gave her a small nod. Staring steadily down into those plaintive eyes, Kazuki murmured, "This is Alion's final duty." Komori-san's face crumpled as she slowly croaked out an answer. Inhuman. The word was written clearly on Komori-san's face for any who cared to look. Even so, most of us let out small involuntary sighs of relief at her surrender.
だったら虫が湧く前に肉にした方がいいわね。
But that relief was short-lived. Kazuki's words once again left all of us frozen like stones. Right, if we were going to eat that corpse, we'd have to butcher it first. There was no choice. We had to pluck the hair from the dog's body and carve it up using a knife, but of course, no one wanted that job. Again, we looked to the captain. Biting her lower lip, the captain looked and turned to Kazuki. And finally, Kazuki closed her right eye and tilted her head lightly to the left.
皆さん、じゃんけんってご存知?
They're really gonna play rock, paper, scissors. Oh my goodness. As the result of an impartial game of chance, the duty of processing the corpse fell on Koide-senpai. She tried briefly to resist, protesting, "I've never butchered a dog before." But of course, none of us had made a habit of carving up puppies either. So the argument didn't really hold together. As the kitchen knife trembled dangerously in Koide's hand, the captain tried offering her some rough encouragement along the lines of, "You're a doctor's daughter, aren't you?" To be honest, though, it was a little hard to grasp what that had to do with anything. Visibly bracing herself, Koide gripped the knife firmly in both hands and took a step forward. But in that moment, her eyes met those of the dead dog below her, and she immediately burst into terrified tears. Naturally, the gallant hero Kazuki stepped in to save the day. Taking in her good hand the punishment rod she normally used to strike the pan for a morning wake-up call, she swung it down with all her might on the dog's head. Okay, I did not need that visual. That scared the freaking shit out of me with that sound. Oh my god. I apologize for anybody who had to hear that and is witnessing this right now. If we could put up a trigger warning here real quick. That scared the shit out of me, man. Oh my god, thank you. Everyone grasped in shock at the gruesome act, many barely stifling screams. If I start shrieking pointlessly, maybe I'm next. That irrational fear seized us all, and silence fell over the valley. Oh my god, that was freaking... Oh, that scared the shit out of me, man. Meeting eyes with a dog is scary, is it? Then we'll just crush its eyes beyond recognition. It was about as elegant a solution as blowing off your jaw with a shotgun to cure a toothache. As she spoke, Kazuki tossed her wooden sword aside, then took the kitchen knife from Koide's hands with a disdainful little snort. Everyone's got their hands full with their own problems right now. No one's going to protect you. If you're weak, you're simply going to die first. Kazuki might not have said it point blank, but her meaning was all too clear. We studied the ground at our feet in silence. The strong eat the weak. Men and beasts, insects and plants all live and die by that rule. Many hissed about Kazuki's cruelty in low voices, but her powerful words and unhesitating actions left no room for open objection. Kazuki possessed not only the decisive personality of a leader, but also the ability to inspire fear characteristic of a ruler. Everyone could only hang their heads and obey. Bruh. Morals aside, she's literally doing this to ensure everybody's freaking survival. Holy shit, people. I get it. I really do as a pet owner, but still, you're in the middle of a fucking forest. You haven't eaten for days. Like, what do you expect? Oh my god, Kazuki. I mean, that shut her up. Captain Sakashita turned abruptly on her heel and stalked away without another word. Oh, she'll be fine. She can dish it, but she can't take it, huh? Yup, she really did.
でも何の反論もしてこないところを見ると心当たりのある存在がいるのか、もしくは彼氏がいないことをバカにされたと思って二の句を告げなくなったか、そのどちらかね。もし部長が切れて飛びかかってきたらどうするつもりだったの？あなたなら平気で犬の頭を潰すような女に襲いかかる？つまりはそういうことよ。全部計算していたのね。それは買いかぶりすぎよ。部長に襲いかかられる確率もゼロではなかったわ。まあその時は無様に殴られてみんなの同情を集めようと思っていたけれど。
I mean, that's one way to do it, right?
生き残るために犬の頭を潰す女と個人的な感情を暴走させて怪我人を殴る女。みんなはどっちの味方になるかしら。あなた、
I
どう
mean,
思う？
she has a point.
怖い人だね、カズキ。そうね。 自覚はあるわ。私みたいな女は男の子にはモテないでしょうね。絶対。
I badly wanted to scream, if you're well aware. How about doing something about it? But if I could anticipate her answer, no doubt delivered in her best nails on a chalkboard girly voice. I'm sorry, I just can't. It's too hard for little old me, or some such. It felt as though I had maggots crawling down my spine at the mere thought. In any case, if there's a single man in the world who'd want to go out with this woman, I'd really like to meet him, so I can get him the help he needs. Damn. And so, Kazuki cleaned and gutted the dog, reducing it to meat. We soaked it in barbecue sauce from the communal stockpile and cooked its little body golden brown. The powerful aroma of grease and spicy sauce wafted through the air. We swallowed mouthfuls of warm drool again and again. Just a few days ago, that hunk of meat had been an energetic, adorable little dog frolicking around Komori's feet. There was definitely a widespread feeling of guilt, but the sound of sizzling meat and the smell of dripping grease were irresistibly alluring. Yeah, no, I'm not hungry, nah. Even those who had whispered heatedly about Kazuki's inhuman cruelty couldn't overcome their own stomachs. When the meat was finally grilled and ready to be divided, they all swarmed up with plates in their outstretched hands. I was the one who carved the meat for distribution. The rear legs looked to be the choice... Yeah, alright. I'm gonna go for another 10 minutes after ad break is done. But I'm gonna go ahead and swap over to our BRB screen, and I will see you all once the ad break is finished. Alright, we are back from ad break. That was our last one for the day. Let's, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna do like another 10 minutes. Because I kind of want to... I don't want to tear away from it! But at the same time, I know I have to go cook dinner before freaking D&D session tonight. God damn it. I hate it here. Why do Tuesdays have to be so busy, damn it? Even those who had whispered heatedly about Kazuki's inhuman cruelty couldn't overcome their own stomachs. When the meat was finally grilled and ready to be divided, they all swarmed up with plates in their outstretched hands. I was the one who carved the meat for distribution. The rear legs looked to be the choicest and most nourishing part of the body. Lopping off one with a kitchen knife, I placed it on Captain Sakashita's plate. The second went to Kazuki. There's surely men out there who would be with a scary woman. There's a reason the phrase "don't stick your dick in greasy" exists. I know, right? After that, I divided the meat as evenly as I could between the rest of us. We had even carefully washed the internal organs and cooked them as well. After distributing it all, there was nothing left to do but greedily devour my share. It felt like such a very long time since I tasted meat. The first bite was so delicious that I went quite literally dizzy with bliss. My protein-starved tongue tingled as the animal fat slowly spread out inside my mouth, and my stomach squeezed tightly in on itself, as though consciously trying to wring every particle of sustenance from the food. Of course, it was an ornamental lapdog, a toy breed. When distributed among the entire group, its body provided us with a mere mouthful of meat each. Even so, we all wept with joy at the nourishment, and as soon as the meat was gone, everyone began crunching away at the bones. We had assumed Komori would firmly resist the idea of consuming her pet's flesh, but in the end, she bit into her share of meat like all the rest. Sniffling miserably the entire time, tears blending with the mucus running from her nose, she ate. That one mouthful of meat kept us alive for today. I don't think we'll ever forget that taste for the rest of our lives, even if we want to. The 13th day in the valley. It happened far too suddenly. Komori-san, who'd seemed perfectly fine just a moment before, crumbled limply to the ground. For a moment, everyone who turned their head at the sound was simply dumbfounded. Kaneda-senpai called out to her partner, but Komori gave no response. Her body had begun to twitch convulsively on the ground. Komori hadn't fainted from lightheadedness or anemia. She was thrashing her body spasmodically, as if she'd been possessed by some malevolent spirit. It was at once bizarre and terrifying to watch. Kaneda, suspecting an epileptic seizure, forcibly pinned down her partner's body from above in an attempt to keep her from hurting herself. Koide-senpai and I jumped up to answer Kaneda's call as the others looked on in shocked silence. Wow, I stumbled over those words. We managed to move Komori-san onto a blanket, but the seizure continued. At Koide's anxious command, I ran off to find my own partner.
どう？原因は何なの？倒れた時の様子はどうだったの？わかんないよ。気がついたら地面に倒れてて、魚みたいにピクンピクンって暴れ出して。転換じゃないの？小学生の頃こんな風に倒れた子見たことあるよ。転換の発作にしては長すぎるわね。
Mori's breathing was rapid, her teeth chattered in her mouth, and her unfocused eyes swung randomly from left to right. Her hands and feet trembled strongly on a regular rhythm, as if matching the beating of her heart.
犬を食べたから寄生虫に寄生されたんじゃ。
No, it was way too soon for it to be a parasite, right?
犬はよく焼いてから食べたでしょ？考えにくいわね。小森さん、何か他に変わったものを食べたりしてなかった？
After a moment of thought, Kaneda's mouth fell open with a little ah. Now that you met— oh wait, never mind.
なんか花の芽を食べてた。
Oh.
花？何の花？
Uh-oh.
名前はわからないけど、綺麗なピンク色の初めて見る花だった。これ食べられますかねって言って、その場で何個かつまんで食べてた。
I know the time! My god.
鳥かぶと？
鳥かぶとの花は紫色だから、ジギタリスかもしれない。
Kosuke laid a hand on Komori's trembling forehead.
熱があるわ。水分をたっぷりと取らせて、体を温かくしていっぱい汗をかかせるしかないわね。それで治るの？悪いけど、他には何もできないのよ。何にせよ、これに懲りたらよくわからないものをつまみ食いするのはやめなさい。
Under these starvation conditions, it was inevitable that our immune systems would grow weak. Recently, drinking water raw had become common practice, as no one wanted to waste time boiling it when they could be searching for food. And when foraging in the forest, many would pop even totally unfamiliar plants into their mouth if they looked vaguely edible. By now, disease is so mild that a normal person probably wouldn't even notice them were potentially life-threatening to us. That was how weak we'd grown. As we slowly carried Komori's quivering body into her tent, we could only grind our teeth at our powerlessness.
Kazami, ちょっといいかな?
You know, we'll go ahead and raid out here in a minute. We just left Komori to rest when Sakuma-senpai called out to us.
なんか、伊吹の様子がおかしいんだよ。
I had a very bad feeling about this. The moment we followed Sakuma into her tent, that presentiment was realized. Jesus.
ねえ、今日は何日？私たちがここに来てから
She's lost her mind.
何日経ったのかな?
Wrapped up in her sleeping bag, Ibuki stared intently at a point on the tent's canopy, smiling slackly at nothing in particular as she spoke.
今日は何日?
今日は26日。ここに来て13日目よ。
そう。早く帰りたいな。
Even as she answered, Ibuki's eyes never turned toward us. The tone of her voice was vague, unfocused, almost like a sleepwalker conversing with her dream.
ちょっと出ようか。
Oh boy. As directed, we moved to leave the tent, but Ibuki immediately piped up. What's up?
ねえ、どこ行くの？私も行く。
すぐ戻ってくるよ。おとなしく寝てな。
今日は何日？
26日だよ。
そう。早く帰りたいな。
参ったよ。今朝からずっとあの調子なんだ。いつもならすぐに元に戻るのに、今日はもうずっとあんな感じだ。
どうすることもできません。ここには薬もなければ自己回復力を上げるだけの需要もないんです。
このまま腐るに任せるしかないのか。見ていることしかできないのか。
Shut the fuck up, Michael.
申し訳ありません。
I get the point, okay? My god. Alright, I think this is a good stopping point. We were just getting to the good part, but you know, time constraints. Gotta love it. And the annoyances of people sitting back being like, time? Hey, guess what? It's been 2 minutes! Alright, who can we read you all out to? You know what? Let's go say a little Miorin this evening. Ugh. They're currently playing some Final Fantasy. They've been going for about, oh god, 8 hours? Oh my god. When are they gonna raid out? They've been going for a long time. Alright, let's get these raid messages going. If you're subscribed, use the first raid message. If you aren't, please use the second one. Let me make sure I spell their name right. There we go. Here's the thing. I know I have until 7. Dinner's not going to take long. So don't tell me how to spend my time, please. I know I've been paying attention to the time. I don't need anybody on my ass about it, okay? That's all I'm saying. Anyway, let's go ahead and send some love over Mioran's way. I will not be on tomorrow. We will be back on Thursday for some more of The Evil Within. Hopefully the game does not stutter enough to the point where I actually have to pick something else to play. And hopefully I will be not sleep deprived like last week. No, it'll be fine. I'll remember to upload the VOD. I just need to cut out certain parts of it for obvious reasons. Actually, you know what? No, let's just leave it as is. It's a VOD for a reason. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. It was fun. I'm sad that we really didn't get to, you know, see through the end of it, because literally towards the end of their stay in that forest is when it starts getting really dark. But yes. You're ready to play No! I don't wanna! But anyway, thank you all. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope you have a wonderful Wednesday. I'll see you all again on Thursday. Until then, you take care of yourselves. Bye, everyone!